on a resource mobilization strategy. But I want to urge us all that especially those of us who are supporting programs, our partners who are supporting implementation of programs, our request is very simple: embed a monitoring and evaluation component in all the interventions that are created. That gives an opportunity to track the implementation of the projects that you're putting on the ground, and gives us an opportunity to also learn the processes that can be scaled up, but also demystify what we probably think is not worthwhile in terms of interventions. I will therefore end this with a quote from Hemania Ibarra, who said that networking is like nutrition and fitness. We know what to do. The hard part is, can we make it a top priority? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zipporah, for those kind remarks. Of course, bringing out the issue of networking, the issues of research, the issue of academia, and want to thank you for those remarks. Let's applaud her as she sits down. You have been seated for the last 1 hour, 15 minutes. I think all of you, may need to stand up and stretch a bit. And meanwhile, I call upon for a video to be shared. Let's rise up. Let's rise up as the technical team is putting up a video about the first 1,000 days of life, which will now usher us into the next phase of the program, where we will be listening into representatives of various government agencies, the Council of Governors. Let's stretch ourselves. Oh, I do not know how to do this, but let's stretch, 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 stretch. Thank you. You may now take your seats. And listen in to the video that is projected on the screens. Thank you very much. Let's applaud the team that came up with that video. I now want to invite representative of the Council of Governors, Mr. Kizito Wangalwa, who is the Director of Programs at the Council of Governors, to make remarks on behalf of the COG and the 47 counties. Karibu, Mr. Kizito. Let's applaud him as he comes to the podium kindly. Tumpigie makofi jameni.
Thank you, Daktari. My colleagues in the public service, partners, good afternoon. I want to convey, first of all, deep appreciation for the invitation that was extended to the Council of Governors and also convey the apologies of the CEO of the Council, but acknowledge that this is a great opportunity for us to discuss, learn and share experiences in this very important subject. As you are aware, we are only 9 years into this system of government, the devolved government system. And a 9-year-old is not yet in their teenage. They're just out of their infancy, learning how to walk, but bestowed upon that 9-year-old are great responsibilities that we cannot suspend or postpone. We must just deliver them. So like many good things that happen, of course, the coming of the county governments had a very huge disruptive effect on how things happen, and we're still learning on how to engage with different actors, but there are very notable improvements within our healthcare system that we take cognizance of. Of course, you have also had a fair share of the challenges that has come with this responsibility, but we acknowledge that those challenges are just part of what we have to do to improve the welfare of society. If there aren't challenges, Kenya at almost 60 years would be a developed country by now. Now, the two levels of government, if you critically look at the trajectory you are looking at, nutrition, food, access to food, the trading systems, all of it for implementation purposes rests with the counties. Agriculture, livestock, fisheries, trade, water, health, education and ECD, how to mitigate changes in climate, how to ensure our communities are resilient, all these things are on the shoulders of the county governments. And therefore, as we speak, we must be able to then ask ourselves, what must we do with the county governments for them to deliver on all this? How can we then transform, as an earlier speaker said, all these policy actions, all these trainings into the households and communities where production is taking place, where the children are feeding, where we need to nurture that child. And believe you me, when I looked at the functions, I keep looking at them, I have always asked, where is the role of inducting somebody to become a good parent? Whose role is it? Is it county government or national government? Or does it occur naturally? Or is it the church or the religious institutions? We have assumed that parenting and even nutrition just occur naturally. As a child, when Wangusi, you'll bear me witness, I almost thought that having a protruding tummy was a sign of good things when I was growing up, only to learn later on in life that it was an exhibition of malnutrition. So as we make devolution work, I want to ask all the partners, let us make county governments work. Let us not go beside them. Let us not ignore them. Let us just make the county governments work. Let us embed our programs in the county governments. If there is a Department of Health, a Department of Agriculture, a Department of Water, and you are in that sector, embed your programs, let them work with you, let them hold their hands so that they are able to deliver. If there are challenges, deal with those challenges. It is part of programming challenges that we encounter. I am aware a few partners seated here, we have held their hand, introduced them to a number of counties, and just by that mere action, things changed. Peter, I'm sure you are here, Milo. Gain is around here, and a few others. Just by us holding their hand, they have received tremendous support from the county governments. So sometimes they also don't believe that you come with good faith. So the dynamics change when they are assured that this is in good faith. So as I conclude, I want to say all this data that we are talking about, can we look at for a time when this data set for Marsabit County is within Marsabit County, and we are having a conversation with Marsabit County on how to address issues of malnutrition in Marsabit County with all the partners in Marsabit County. That is how to make devolution work. If we go to Migori, we are pulling out the data for Migori County. It is hosted in Migori County. We are having a conversation with all the stakeholders in Migori County to ensure that those things that impede progress, those things that promote malnutrition are addressed within Migori County. And all the counties, where are these data sets being hosted? Are they available at the county level? If not, let's devolve. Let's start putting these things where they belong. That is how to make counties work. Let us collaborate more. Let us ensure that the indicators that do not promote the good growth of children are all suspended in the short term. I thank you and wish you all the best. I welcome you to the Council of Governors. Any problem that you have with regard to reaching our county, please just knock. Martha, you are familiar with that trajectory. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Kizito. Thankfully, I am one of you. I have grown with you in the space of county governments and the Council of Governors, and I feel we have made tremendous progress in terms of routing or building the counties to be able to deliver what is they are mandated to do in this republic. I was remembering with nostalgia in 2013, when we could not have a symposium like this, without county saying you are taking our functions, you are doing. Dr. Mulwa, who was on that other side, now is here on this other side, and it's not just Dr. Mulwa. Many of us who feel and are convinced that devolution is the way to go are all over, both in the development partners and in the national and county governments. I think the future is having a movement of a lot of us from national to county and vice versa in order to strengthen counties. Indeed, the counties are charged with a big responsibility of implementation. We have the online family that has been joining us. I hope you you stretch yourself in the online space when we were stretching ourselves. I now want to take this opportunity to humbly invite one of our online speakers, representing the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, Madam Florence Musalia, to make remarks on the behalf of the Ministry of Education. Over to you, Florence. IT team, we cannot hear Florence. She is speaking. Florence, seems you are muted.
Unmute. Yeah, I'm unmute. Asha unmute.
Hello?
Yes, you are now good to go, Florence. Continue.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, representative of the CS Ministry of Health, representative of the PS Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, representative of the PS Social Protection, representative of the PS, the National Treasury and Planning, the acting DG, Ministry of Health, Dr. Patrick Amoth, the CEO, Council of the Governors, country directors, UNICEF, USAID, WFP, GAIN, Nutritional International, among others, senior government officers present in this symposium, those from academia, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the PS State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education, I am happy to join you at the Safari Park Hotel for the first MIYCN Symposium, and the Ministry of Education is very grateful to participate in this symposium. I wish to commend Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Ministries of Water and Sanitation, Social Protection, the National Treasury, and the Planning, among other ministries and supporting partners who have been involved in the planning of this symposium. The government of Kenya is committed to providing quality, equitable, and inclusive education as stipulated in the Constitution of Kenya and envisaged in the Vision 2030 under its economic and social pillars. School health is one of the drivers of access to education as is envisaged in the Vision 2030. It also promotes health, nutrition, and improved access to basic education. Generally, school meals helps to improve and diversify children's diet. It also teaches the children how to eat better and support national and local markets and food systems by using locally grown food where possible, improving opportunities for smallholder farmers and local catering business, specifically women. And school meals program also provide multiple objectives that improve education outcomes such as reduce gender inequalities. They also encourage girls, boys, and delays girls' early marriages and the ability to concentrate more in class. It always enhances the enrollment and attendance. It eliminates on short-term hunger of children, improves nutrition. It usually also reduces mortality and morbidity of children, and the meal can act as an income transfer to families and help families to transfer resources elsewhere. Normally, parents will not plan for the meals of those receiving school meals, and this is a social safety network. It reduces poverty of smallholder farmers in long term. So by joining the Global School Meals Coalition, Kenya made 8 strong statements of commitment. Among them, one is to work with multiple stakeholders to find sustainable and innovative funding sources for school meals program to achieve better outcomes for schools, children in Kenya and globally. Another one is that to develop a national policy on nutritious school meals by December 2022, which is just around the corner, and also to establish and hold an annual school meals stakeholder conference with the aim of strengthening the national coordination of the program. Also, they made a commitment to increase the coverage of the National School Meals Program from feeding over 1.6 million children to 10 million children using a mix of school meals modalities. And another commitment they made was to strengthen efficiency and accountability of the National School Meals Program by rolling out a digitized school meals data and reporting module within the National Education Management Information System. And this one is just at the tail end. We will be rolling it out. They also made a commitment to participate in peer-to-peer activities with other countries on impactful, nutritious, and sustainable school feeding programs. And this is where we can see study visits, case studies, and technical assistance. And those in research can capitalize on this. Also, to strengthen market linkages by rebuilding capacity of smallholder farmers to supply nutritious meals to schools. And last is to encourage school gardens through the re-establishment of the 4K clubs for introduction of health diet and for the sustainability of the school meals programs. The program is aligned and integrated into national safety pillars, and it is considered to be a critical safety net program. The program is entrenched in the policies of MOE, MOH, MOA, LF, that is agriculture, and social protection among policies are a national school health policy, nutritious and meals strategy, which firmly anchor on school meals in national policies and push for increased budgetary allocation by the National Treasury and Planning. And this is whereby we are using the multi-sectoral approach so that we can be able to take care of our learners. Global evidence on locally sourced school meals reveal a multiple win opportunity for policymakers with important benefit for school achievement, employment, and economic growth. School meal is an investment, not an expenditure. Kenya's School Meals Program is one of the initiatives at pre-primary and primary level envisaged to ensure that children are well fed, healthy, and therefore able to attend school and learn. And this is essential to the effectiveness of the education system. So the strategy articulates government objective in school meals, health, and nutrition, and clarifies the roles and responsibilities of all partners involved. We therefore call upon all stakeholders and development partners to adopt the strategy as the basis for all school meals and nutrition interventions to achieve the expected multi-sectoral outcomes and build a strong national program in Kenya. So the measurement of the school meal program achievement of health and nutrition indicators, they often occur alongside educational and learning indicators. So currently at the Ministry of Education is in the process of developing a school meals policy, and the document is still work in progress and keeps being updated and refined until better policy document is obtained. And this we will be doing a presentation on Thursday, and for your input. The development of this document has taken a multi-sectoral approach with various key stakeholders. We have the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and Ministry of Water and Sanitation, with the other development partners who are strongly supporting us. According to Piaget's theory of cognitive development, children move through 4 different stages of mental development. A child growth starts normally from age 0, And from this moment, a child requires good nutrition for the proper development. Normally, children who receive regular nutritious meals at school are less at risk of becoming malnourished in the short term. With the long-term perspective, these children will require nutritional understanding and skills, and not least healthy dietary habits, which will help them and their families and stay well nourished and healthy throughout their lifestyle. And it is in this respect that the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Livestock, with the support from JICA, did an initiative for the food and nutrition security. So in Africa, IFNA project in Kitui and Kajiado, this project was took a multi-sectoral approach, so we are part to it as Ministry of Education. The pilot project targeted the expectant lactating mothers and mothers with children below 2 years. The main objective of the project was to improve on the nutrition status of expectant and lactating mothers by providing seedlings of green vegetables in the area with less rains in Kitui County, so that the mothers and the households can eat the vegetables to improve their nutrition status. And we are also calling this project to extend this to our primary learners. The outcome of the school meals program include access, retention, transition, ration security, health, and nutrition practices. The government has been providing 4 types of food commodities, that is pulses, cereals, and salt. And this provides 1/3 of the kilocalories required as a nutritional intake of a child. To achieve this nutritional intake, each learner is to consume 150 grams per child per day of the cereals, 40 grams per child per day of the pulses, 5 grams of the vegetable oil per child, and 2 grams of salt. In the year 2020, the government introduced the provision of fortified meals, that is the corn soya blend, to learners in the ECD and grade 1 to 3 in schools within the informal settlement and in the major urban areas, schools in the ASOS counties previously benefiting from the schools meals and the special needs schools. Each learner is to consume 40 grams per child per day of the fortified meals. This intervention focused on it focused on enhancing targeted nutrition support and expanding the coverage of the school meals program. Currently, the program reaches approximately 2.5 million learners in the ASOLs counties and in the urban informal settlement. So nutrition has also been infused in the competence-based curriculum in the structure of basic education in the early years education and middle school education and the learning areas including not limited to hygiene and nutrition, home science, agriculture, and health education. And I think we are on the right path. I finally wish to commend all the stakeholders and partners for your effort to continue fundraising to address the gaps in our schools, estimated at 85%. From the symposium, primary objective is to share evidence on addressing maternal, infant, and young children nutrition with a focus on the competence feeding from a multi-sectoral perspective. On behalf of the PS, I therefore call upon all stakeholders and development partners to adopt the strategy as the basis for all school meals and nutrition intervention to achieve the expected multidimensional outcomes and build a strong national school meals program in Kenya. And then from this meeting, I believe our working relationship will be improved for the purpose of ensuring that each learner in basic education will be supported in the school meals program to reach their full potential. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Florence, on behalf of the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Education, for those remarks, in-depth, comprehensive analysis of the school meals program, and highlighting the achievements so far and what opportunities exist for further collaboration and working together. It's now my humble pleasure to invite the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, representative of the PS, Mr. Joseph Kirubi, who is the Secretary Administration in the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, to make remarks on behalf of the ministry. Karibu. Let's applaud him as he comes to stage.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to say I'm greatly humbled for being here today in this most important symposium, which I believe is a key foundation to a healthy, prosperous nation. Dr. Owino wanted to be here personally, but because of last-minute changes and engagements, he delegated this to me, not because it is not important, but it is because of those unavoidable circumstances. So allow me to read through the comments about the remarks of Dr. Owino, who is the Principal Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Ladies and gentlemen, all salutations given by my colleague, the Minister of Education, are adopted here also, and so let me just go straight to the remarks. It gives me great pleasure to be here with you today in the National Symposium on Maternal, Infant, and Young Child Nutrition as we celebrate another milestone in coming together to deliberate on how to accelerate our efforts to reduce malnutrition. This symposium plays an important role by providing a platform for sharing and learning practical national and county level actions, as well as program and policy interventions that have contributed to improving maternal, infant, and young child nutrition in Kenya. As a ministry, we are glad to be part of the symposium because agriculture contributes directly to household incomes and plays a significant role in choices of food eaten. I wish to thank all the development partners present here for supporting this symposium, as this reflects how multi-sectoral engagement and coordination can deliver results and contribute to better nutrition in our country. Food and agriculture sector has primary role of feeding people well by ensuring availability, affordability, accessibility, and consumption of diverse, safe, nutritious foods and diets. This needs to be aligned with internationally accepted dietary and environmentally sustainable recommendations. The sector also remains Kenya's major driver of economic and industrial development, particularly in food production, income generation, and provision of raw materials. In this regard, therefore, the national government recognizes the significant role the sector plays in ensuring there is diverse foods to facilitate appropriate feeding practices, which are essential for the nutrition, growth, development, and survival of infants and children, and also for optimal nutrition. The ministry is cognizant with the fact that good nutrition provided at the beginning, during the early stages of life, is critical to ensure good physical and mental development and long-term health. Ladies and gentlemen, the nutritional status of mother, infant, and young children is affected by many factors, from the individuals to the environment. The World Health Organization recommends that mothers initiate breastfeeding within 1 hour of birth. Infants be exclusively breastfed for the first 6 months of life and thereafter to receive nutritionally adequate and safe homemade complementary foods while continuing to be breastfed up to 2 years and beyond. Our ministry promotes production and utilization of food-based recipes using locally available and acceptable foods for mothers and children as documented in the Kenya Recipe Book 2018. This argues well with the symposium theme of promoting maternal and young children child nutrition for improved child growth, development, and survival through complementary feeding. Studies have shown that a significant proportion of the population cannot meet their daily food requirements. The Kenya Demographic and Health Survey of 2014 report indicates that nationally 26% of children under 5 years are stunted. The negative consequences of malnutrition include poor physical and cognitive development of children, leading to failure to achieve their full potential in life. The high burden of malnutrition in Kenya is not only a threat to achieving Sustainable Development Goals and Vision 2030, but also clear indication of the inadequate realization of human rights. Agriculture is key to addressing malnutrition by promoting production and improving marketing systems to ensure availability and access of food, improved nutrition outcomes. However, malnutrition is a complex challenge that requires involvement of many sectors. That is why the ministry supports a multi-sectoral approach in order to ensure a healthy population and productive workforce. This also ensures better nutrition and health status of mothers, which are strongly linked to the health and immune status of the children. Optimal infant and young child feeding is particularly crucial from birth to 2 years of age in order to ensure and support healthy growth and cognitive development. Investment in agriculture reduces poverty, improves food security, and may prevent undernutrition in Kenya. To contribute to sustained reduction of malnutrition, there is need for coordinated service delivery by both the public and non-state actors. This will be achieved by implementing the Agro-Nutrition Implementation Strategy of 2020 to 2025, which will empower communities to produce and utilize safe and nutritious food in the country. I'm also glad to note that the role of research and that of public-private partnership for sustainability has been given prominence in this strategy. The need to take action on sustainable complementary feeding through an all-inclusive value chain from production, processing, distribution, and other services. Finally, I wish to thank the organizers of the symposium and hope the lessons learned will be used to form basis of action to improve the nutrition of maternal, infant, and children in Kenya. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for those remarks. Of course, we recognize the multi-sectorality of the conversation that we are having today, that we have to ensure that all the relevant sectors are involved. We now, on behalf of the Ministry of Social Protection, invite the Director Administration, Mr. Samson Wangusi, to make remarks on behalf of the Principal Secretary. Let's applaud him as he comes to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand here on behalf of PS, Mr. Nelson Marwa, who is in charge of social protection, senior citizen affairs, and special programs. He was supposed to be here today, but due to other matters in the office, he sent me to represent him. So apologies, our chief guest. So allow me to go through the notes that were prepared by the PS for this session. Our chief guests, all invited distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be among you today in this symposium on maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. The State Department for Social Protection, Senior Citizens Affairs, and Special Programs is mandated to spearhead special social protection initiatives that are meant to cushion the vulnerable sections of the population, while at the same time ensure that support is provided to communities that are affected by natural and man-made emergencies. Currently, the State Department is implementing the nutrition improvements through cash and health education, popularly known as NICHE program, which is targeting 13,800 households. The program is designed to improve the nutritional status of children under 2 years based on positive results of the pilot that was undertaken by the government and UNICEF in Kitui County in 2016. From the results of this pilot, the government, through the support of the World Bank and other development partners, agreed to scale up the NICHE program under the KSEIP program to 4 counties, namely West Pokot, Turkana, Marsabit, and Kilifi, which had high malnutritional cases of stunting and wasting among children. Optimal maternal nutrition is critical for both the mother and the child. Malnutrition has been identified as the single greatest underlying contributor to child mortality. The NICHE program aims to combine nutrition counseling, exclusive breastfeeding, improved hygiene, dietary improvement, and cash transfers, popularly known as top-ups, to improve health outcomes for both women and children in these counties. It is expected that this program will be a game changer in the child nutrition. Its overall goal is to ensure that the most vulnerable children in the intervention areas show improved well-being in the areas of nutrition and social protection. NICHE will also provide a platform to strengthen child protection through adequate nutrition, security, safety, and responsive care by introducing child protection interventions on positive parenting programs for violence prevention and promotion of alternative family-based care on pilot basis in Kilifi County. Positive parenting programs are increasingly recognized as some of the evidence-based strategies to address violence against children, especially in the home. Social transfers have the potential to improve the uptake of specific health services and to increase dietary diversity, eventually leading to improvements of nutrition outcomes within the targeted households. NICHE is a complementary program that seeks to improve social protection interventions through cash plus and life cycle interventions. This approach is the underlying premise of NICHE, that providing additional cash and health information will facilitate positive behavior change that will reduce malnutrition, stunting, and wasting among children in targeted households. Ladies and gentlemen, as I finish, the multisectoral nature of this program calls for concerted efforts from all of us. The State Department appreciates the support and collaboration from the Ministry of Health, county governments, other government agencies in implementing of this program. I call upon all partners represented here to set aside resources for social protection interventions aimed towards empowering our communities on health and nutrition to control and manage some of the lifestyle diseases affecting the elderly, children, and people with special needs. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Wangusi, for those remarks on behalf of the Principal Secretary, Ministry of State Social Protection. It's now the kilele of these opening ceremonies, and it's now my humble duty to invite my boss, on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health, to make remarks and official opening of the symposium. I now welcome Dr. Patrick Amoth to make remarks. Karibu Daktari. Let's applaud him as he comes to the stadium.
Thank you, Dr. Mulwa. The representative of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, representative of the PS State Department of Social Protection, Senior Citizens and Special Programs, the representative of the CEO of Council of Governors, our keynote speaker, and also the representative of the UNICEF head in Kenya, the World Food Program representative, GAIN representative, Nutrition International representative, Sun Academia, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Initially, the speech read good morning, so it means we have been here for quite a while. First of all, allow me to convey the apologies of the Cabinet Secretary, who ought to have officiated this function, but is out of office on official function. We are gathered here today to officially launch the first National Maternal, Infant and Young Child Nutrition Symposium. Let me start by stating that good health and nutrition play an important role in the economic growth, poverty reduction, and the realization of the social goals in line with our long-term economic blueprint, the Vision 2030. Malnutrition, on the other hand, is an impediment to the progress towards achieving the global, regional, and national social and economic development goals, including Vision 2030. Malnutrition is the cause of half of child deaths globally, denying generations the chance to grow to their full physical and cognitive potential, and significantly impacting not only health outcomes, but also national economic development. In Kenya, malnutrition is a leading cause of infant and child morbidity, mortality, and hospital admissions, a situation that requires our interventions as stakeholders urgently. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the 2019 Social and Economic Effects of Child Undernutrition Kenya Country Report, in 2014, our economy lost Kenya shillings 374 billion. And one speaker clearly put that as a cost of putting SGR all the way from Mombasa to Malaba. And that is also equivalent to close to 7% of our GDP, the gross domestic product, due to health, education, and productivity-related costs associated with child undernutrition. Further, the report projected that reducing the prevalence of stunting from 26% in 2014 to about 15% target for Vision 2030 would yield cost decrease in economic losses due to child undernutrition of up to close to 41%. This would result in an annual average savings estimated at 33.2 billion Kenya shillings. And this again emphasizes the urgency in addressing malnutrition. Kenya endorsed the WHO global targets for improving maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, including reducing stunting among children under 5, reducing anemia in women of reproductive age, reduction in low birth weight, controlling childhood overweight, increasing the rate of exclusive breastfeeding in the first 6 months, and reducing childhood wasting, and we are committed to monitoring the progress. This symposium comes at a very good time because as a country we are also conducting the Kenya Demographic Health Survey 2020, and we look forward to the results of the KDHS to be able to show us the progress that we have made since 2014. This is also coming at a good time because the end of the tenure of this government is coming in August, and therefore it will be a scorecard for the government to be able to tell us in terms of the progress that have been made since 2014. But it will also form a very good benchmark for the incoming government to be able to see in what direction they are going to take the health of mothers and children of this great nation. If sustainable achievements in child survival, growth, development, and subsequently the social and economic growth are to be attained, there is need for increased attention and commitment towards interventions to improve maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. Indeed, if we are to address inequities in child survival, all children will live until at least their 5th birthday, irrespective of where they come from. Notably, there is sufficient evidence that investing in maternal, infant, and young child nutrition contributes to improved health outcomes, social and economic development. According to the World Bank Nutrition Investment Framework 2016, it is estimated that every dollar invested in nutrition has a potential to generate $22 in return. Specifically, breastfeeding promotion in hospitals has the potential of generating $13 for every dollar invested, while vitamin A supplementation on children under 5 years will yield $11 for each dollar invested. These are impressive returns by any means, and if this was a commercial venture, we would not need to convince anybody to be able to make these kinds of investments. It is also important that we focus on education of women of reproductive age. For example, between 1990 and the year 2000, 2.1 million children under 5's lives were saved just because of education of women of reproductive age. Education of women of reproductive age and girls makes them more likely to be able to take informed decisions, including preventative measures. They therefore also tend to utilize healthcare services more. And completion of primary education alone by girls will reduce maternal deaths by 66%. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Health has provided a strong policy and legislative framework for improving maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. This includes the overarching law in the health sector, the Health Act 2017, the National Food and Nutrition Security Policy 2012, the Kenya Health Policy 2014-2030, again with its key thrusts, including Thrust 1, where we are talking about eliminating communicable diseases. In Thrust 2, we are talking about halting and reversing the burden of NCDs. We have talked not only of malnutrition, but overweight and obesity, and of course, the attendant consequences. And key again is Thrust 6, which talks of partnerships. And that is where we are gathered here today, all of us from different sectors working towards a common goal. The other enabling legislation or enabling strategy is the Kenya Health Strategic Plan 2018-2023, the Kenya Nutrition Action Plan 2018-2022, the Kenya Primary Healthcare Strategic Framework 2019-2024, the Kenya Community Health Policy 2020-2030, the Breast Milk Substitutes Act 2012 and related regulations, just to name but a few. Further, the ministry has disseminated the policies, guidelines, and legislations to the counties in order to ensure standardized quality health services. Noting that maternal, infant, and young child nutrition interventions also require sustained social and behavior change, the ministry has continued to strengthen the community health strategy. Through the ongoing rollout of universal health coverage, which is premised on a primary health care approach with a strong emphasis on health promotion and health prevention, this is a key pillar of the Big Four agenda. The ministry has supported counties to reactivate and operationalize most of the community health units. The health promotion and health prevention aspects of universal health care or universal health coverage under the premise of primary health care ages is basically premised on the strong community participation. So the use of community health workers and community health volunteers so that the people can be able to take charge of their health and therefore demand from us, players in the health sector, the services that they require to ensure that they live a healthy lifestyle. In order to enhance social and behavior change in regard to maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, the ministry is promoting baby-friendly community initiative, which is a community-based approach for empowering communities to promote, protect, and support breastfeeding, appropriate complementary feeding, and maternal nutrition, environmental sanitation, and hygiene. All those are totally in sync with our approach towards universal health coverage with the emphasis on health promotion and health prevention, and the community at the core in terms of the interventions. In counties where the community health volunteers and health workers have been trained on baby-friendly community initiative, the community health volunteers and workers in turn train households on baby-friendly community initiative and facilitate the formation of community support groups to influence change and uphold positive behaviors in maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. Conspicuously, the prevailing drought has adversely affected the most vulnerable groups, especially children under 5 years of age, pregnant and lactating women, as we have seen these reports in the media. The most notable impact includes interruption of breastfeeding and poor complementary feeding practices, resulting in increased risk of malnutrition, illness, and mortality. According to the Integrated Phase Classification for Acute Malnutrition survey conducted in all the 47 counties during the month of February this year, 754,000 children under 5 years and close to 104 pregnant and lactating women require treatment for acute malnutrition. The ministry, in collaboration with the affected counties, has activated the nutrition response, which includes supply of nutrition life-saving commodities, nutrition screening, and integrated outreaches. The ministry has also developed draft guidelines for maternal, infant, and young child nutrition in emergency situations. The guidelines are intended to guide implementation of multi-sectoral actions to protect, promote, and support exclusive breastfeeding, as well as safe and appropriate complementary feeding practices during emergency situations like the drought we are dealing with. And this will also include enforcement of the Breast Milk Substitutes Act and the attendant regulations. As I come to the end, I wish to acknowledge the support from our development and implementing partners, without whom the health and nutrition sector would not have achieved the current successes in improving key nutrition indicators. It is my sincere hope that the lessons learned from these successful programs will be presented during this symposium to inform future programming and policies for improved maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. With those very many remarks, it is now my honor and pleasure to declare the first National Symposium on Maternal, Infant, and Young Child Nutrition officially open. I thank you.
All right, thank you. Once again, a round of applause for Dr. Amoth. So it's definitely been an informative session. I don't need to add anything on that. We've definitely seen how the ministry is working to ensure standard health systems and equally going a step further to strengthen the community health strategy. So a lot has been said and there's so little time. I hope you've definitely absorbed something that you can take home and ensure that you've learned. Can I get a yes? You've learned something? Perhaps let me be a pastor today. Turn to your neighbor and ask what they've learned. Briefly, 1 minute. You can ask their name as well. Okay, so I hear the mamas are going down. Personally, I've learned that a protruding belly is a sign of malnutrition, not a sign of opulence. There's a gentleman who said, where is he? Well, I think from COG. Anyway, so a lot to take in terms of tidbits of information. I just want to pass some house rules before we go on to the next session, which will be a photo session right here on the stage, and I'll call upon the relevant agencies and partners to come to stage. So just some house rules. The owners of the posters that are outside, we'd like you to head out right now, because once we're heading out for lunch, I'm sure the people who are congregated here would like to interact with the information. So kindly, the owners of the posters, kindly go to your stand, if possible, ahead of people exiting the symposium. As you can see, my friends here are coming to remove the tables for the next session, which will be a photo session. And since we have viewers tuning in via live stream, I just wanted to highlight as well, kindly ensure that you put your question and answers under the Q&A session. We'd love to interact with you from wherever you're tuning in from, so kindly leave your comments at the Q&A session. We'll get to take a look at them a little bit later on. So without further ado, allow me to of all by senior government representatives. So kindly, if you're in the house and you're representing a certain ministry, top government, so top government officials, including our chief guests as well, for a brief photo session. Yes.
Oh. Sit here. We'll stand behind all the men.
And as they organize themselves, yet another reminder, the owners of the posters outside, if you could kindly head out so we can organize ourselves in terms of the flow of information and how it will be. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. I think we can tell by your smiles it's almost lunchtime. So the next group, make sure you smile even harder. We'll still have the key guests on the stage, and they'll be joined by the directors and county representatives. Kindly make your way. I'm talking about the CSA county directors, country directors rather. Kindly make your way to the stage for a brief photo session. Our partners. CSA representation.
I'm sure they're coming. There's another one heading. Where does the lady go? Can just have a seat. Karibu.
Well, as they smile for the photos, yet another reminder, the poster owners kindly head outside for just a brief meeting ahead of the members leaving this auditorium. The last session, kindly for your patience, key guests still remain on the stage. We'll be joined by the Planning and Organizing Committee. I think you know yourselves. Let's make it with haste. Kindly the Planning Committee, the Organizing Committee for this truly auspicious symposium. Let's see the brains behind the symposium. Karibuni.
Grab a seat as well. Some can sit.
Okay, now that marks the end of today's photo session. Asanteni sana. As you can see, the planning committee definitely did their part and they came out in their numbers. Remember, Remember, the poster owners, you could kindly head outside. Equally, to our key guests, we have members of the media who are here, my brothers and sisters, and they would love to have a word with you right at the side there where the banner is. So once we start breaking for lunch, in case you want to be interviewed, kindly make your way there along with the major speakers who are invited today. So I think we can definitely head out for lunch. Our time is definitely flying. You know what they say, when you're enjoying yourself, time really flies. So I'd like to kindly communicate, if you can do it hurriedly, if possible, as we are still taking care of our nutritional needs. Kindly make sure that we also take a look at the time. If you can congregate here as soon as possible. Once you hear my voice, make sure you finished your meal. Allow us to break for lunch. We'll be back after an hour or so. Enjoy yourselves.
especially exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months is very important for the development of the child.
Breastfeeding, especially the immediate initiation of breastfeeding, is the first effective immunization for a child. The breast milk immediately starts the building up of the flora in the intestines, and that shapes the immune status of the child adapted to the local environment. How much better can it get? Not one single industrially prepared product will ever be able to do this for a mother and for a child.
We already know the benefits of exclusive breastfeeding in improving the survival, health, and the development of infants. Research has also established that breastfeeding has a positive effect on the brain development and IQ, as well as reducing the risk of obesity and diabetes in adult lifehood. These benefits are realized in both rich and poor households, yet we're lagging behind in implementing health and social mechanisms that scale up breastfeeding programs.
At national level, we've developed several guidelines and policies that are supposed to help us understand what areas we need to tackle. We have a law in place to prevent the influence of promoting the breast milk substitutes that will make mothers not breastfeed. And we've made sure that our health facilities are baby friendly, and we keep evaluating to see how they are performing. Being baby friendly means they must make sure they are supporting mothers right from the time the child is born, and the information is provided to the mother, and all health workers are aware. So these policies have gone down to the community level, the community baby friendly initiative guideline, such that the mothers are getting the information right at the community level. That is one of the key things that will make us change the way things are happening.
Mothers need support systems that include family, social networks, workplace and employment policy, and legislation that allow exclusively breastfeeding so that their babies can realize their full potential.
In Kericho, the measures that we are promoting in order to support breastfeeding are already ongoing. We are partnering with Unilever, and UNICEF is coming very strongly to support us. We are putting in place measures that will make it mandatory that every public office must have a place where mothers with little kids can breastfeed, so that they don't have to go looking for bushes and hidden places to breastfeed from. And we are making these places friendly. We are using our health personnel to teach mothers, especially the new mothers, how to hold a baby, how to direct the baby to the breast. And for those mothers who are so busy and they wouldn't have time to come back home, they are being told how to express milk from their breasts into a clean environment, and how later on that milk can be given to the baby at home by a helper when the mother is away. This for us is revolutionary, and I strongly recommend this for the whole country. I strongly recommend this for the whole of Africa.
As we look back across the decades in Kenya, we have witnessed some remarkable changes. More couples are using family planning with use of modern methods tripling from 15% in 1989 to 46% in 2009. More children are surviving, with child deaths dropping from 89 per 1,000 births in 1989 to 74 per 1,000 births in 2009. Our economy is growing, with income rising from 104,000 Kenya shillings per person in 1992 to 182,000 Kenya shillings per person in 2012. And we are better connected, with about 30,700,000 subscribers, or about 93% of households using cell phones today. We are a nation on the move. But there is one challenge where we are sadly behind. Malnutrition in mothers and children, which continues to impose a staggering cost to the nation, despite having the solutions. As of 2013, malnutrition contributes to the deaths of more than 50,000 children under the age of 5 each year in Kenya, or about 1 out of every 2 child deaths. So, what has the experience and research on nutrition programs taught us over the years? Well, the story starts in the 1,000-day window of opportunity between pregnancy and a child's first 2 years. This period becomes the best shot at helping a child reach his or her potential and set the stage for life. Let's take a closer look at just how critical this period is. Starting in the womb before birth, the fetus is at risk if the mother lacks essential vitamins, minerals and nutrients needed for brain, bone and organ development. More than half of all women in Kenya suffer from anemia during pregnancy, which can cause health problems for the baby. Once the baby is born, from birth to the first 6 months, early and exclusive breastfeeding without adding any other foods or liquids is the very best way to ensure a healthy baby. And after the first 6 months of life, adding sufficient quantities of nutritious solid foods along with continued breastfeeding is absolutely necessary to make sure that the child grows correctly. Most stunting happens in this critical period. There is no going back. The cost of malnutrition during this 1,000-day window is almost always irreversible. Damage to the brain, leading to poor educational performance and lower IQ, poor growth and development, and surprisingly, this early deprivation increases a child's risk of developing chronic diseases as an adult. Chronic diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease that will require continued medical attention and care later in life. Another huge challenge is that malnutrition can happen and persist for years, and we can't always see it. These 2 little boys are both from the same village. Can you guess how old each boy is? Both boys are the same age. They are both 8 years old, but they show very different levels of development. The little boy on the left is stunted owing to poor nutrition, and it's unlikely that he will ever catch up and reach his full height or his full potential like his taller village playmate on the right. The invisible nature of chronic malnutrition sets up a pattern that we see happening generation after generation. This intergenerational cycle of growth failure starts with a malnourished woman, like this mother who is at a greater risk of complications during pregnancy and childbirth. She also has a greater risk of delivering an infant with low birth weight, like this baby girl who is at higher risk of illness and death and at higher risk of delayed emotional and intellectual development. And she is also likely to suffer from growth failure in those important early developmental years, which in turn leads to low weight and stunting in the teen years. Those teen years that are critical for growth and development, and the time when adolescents gain almost 50% of their adult body weight and 20% of their adult height. And that takes us back to our malnourished woman. And the cycle of poor nutrition continues generation after generation. Adolescent pregnancy also increases the risk of low birth weight and adds to the difficulty in breaking the cycle. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, we see this cycle of growth failure happening over and over with families We're going to zoom in on Kenya and start our tour of the country coming into the bustling city of Nairobi. You may recognize the Kenyatta International Conference Center, or KICC, on the left side of the screen. As we travel a little to the west of KICC, we find ourselves in the middle of Kibra, a densely populated informal settlement with poor living conditions. Here, malnutrition affects the lives of most families, with more than half of children stunted. Although the rate of malnutrition definitely increases with poverty, it is not a problem that is unique to the poor. For instance, as we fly over one of the wealthy suburban areas in Nairobi, with its lush green trees, big houses, and large swimming pools, it is easy to assume that children who live in wealthy areas do not suffer from malnutrition. How could there be malnourished kids in this neighborhood? Yet, about 1 in 4 children born to rich families in Kenya are also malnourished. Clearly, malnutrition affects all children regardless of social or financial status. As we travel outside of Nairobi, we discover that, similar to the wealthy suburban neighborhood, malnutrition continues to have a strong presence in the most unlikely areas, like here in the western region of Kenya, where the abundant rainfall supports the farming and agricultural industry, which serves as the main livelihood for most residents in the area. But despite the abundance of food, including nutrition-rich fruits and vegetables, malnutrition is widespread here as well, with more than 1/3 of children stunted. It is clear that wealth and geography are not enough to evade the expansive reach of malnutrition. So how is Kenya doing in reducing malnutrition? For over a decade, the rate of chronic malnutrition or stunting has stagnated at around 35%, with very little improvement across the years. About 1 out of every 3 children, or 1/3 of children under 5, suffer from stunting. According to the World Health Organization's recommendations, after the 6th month of life, children must be fed a variety of foods to make sure they receive all the nutrients they need. But the most recent national survey shows that 2 out of every 3 children are not receiving the right foods. Many are eating only starches, and they are not eating those vitamin-rich fruits and vegetables or animal source foods like meat, fish, and eggs that provide the body's basic building blocks. But making progress is possible. Let's turn to our trend graph or bubble chart and focus on the rate of exclusive breastfeeding over time in Kenya and compare that to Malawi. Exclusive breastfeeding means feeding the infant breast milk for the first 6 months of life without any other foods or liquids, not even 1 drop of water. On the left axis, we have the percent of infants under 6 months who are exclusively breastfed without receiving any other food or liquids. This axis goes from 0 to 80%. On the bottom axis, we have time, which goes from 1995 through 2010. In 1995, both Kenya and Malawi had about 12% of infants who were exclusively breastfed, which is very, very low. Let's play this forward now and watch what happens over the course of time in each country. And we see right away that the percent of children exclusively breastfed in Malawi starts to go up dramatically, and it goes higher, and then even higher, until by 2009, 68% of children, or almost 2 out of every 3 children in Malawi, are exclusively breastfed. While in Kenya, only 32% of children, or about 1 in every 3 children, are exclusively breastfed. So what did Malawi do to achieve these impressive results? Since the 1990s, Malawi has implemented various interventions to increase exclusive breastfeeding practices throughout the country. The government adopted nutrition-focused policies that promoted infant feeding in several sectors, including the agriculture. If Kenya could use a similar combination of coordinated programs, sound policies, and political will, we too could make faster progress in this area. We know we can overcome these challenges because we know what makes a difference. 5 well-tested sets of interventions can protect mothers and children, beginning with ensuring that pregnant mothers receive vital micronutrients such as iron and folic acid, which can increase the likelihood of a safe and healthy pregnancy. Secondly, making sure that babies are put to the breast the first half hour after birth and are breastfed exclusively for the first 6 months. Thirdly, that mothers start giving a variety of healthy foods after the first 6 months of life in sufficient quantities, along with continued breastfeeding through 2 years and beyond. Next, we need to ensure that mothers and children have access to the right amount of foods and the right variety of foods, and that they have access to foods rich in vitamins and minerals, and they are consuming those essential vitamins and minerals regularly. And lastly, making sure that parents and caregivers get information on improved feeding and healthcare practices and the support that they need to feed their children in the best way possible. Research shows that nutrition investments are a best buy in today's financially strapped environment because investments in nutrition pay for themselves. Healthy nutrition during the 1,000-day window produces a lifetime of benefits for individuals, families, and nations, and that includes producing stronger football players. Healthier children complete more years in school and have better performance, which leads to increased personal income and can add at least 10% to lifetime earnings. Since healthy nutrition in the 1,000-day window can increase educational performance, well-nourished children grow into a more productive labor force as adults, and that can mean a boost in GDP growth by as much as 11% annually for the country. And if we look at the cost-to-benefit ratio, the cost of key nutrition interventions compared with the savings investment in nutrition produces returns of up to 16 times greater than the initial investment. In other words, for every 100,000 Kenya shillings spent on key nutrition interventions, we would generate 1.6 million Kenya shillings in economic returns. In fact, scaling up vitamin and mineral interventions alone could add more than 200 billion Kenya shillings to the GDP each year. So scaling up nutrition interventions can go a long way toward generating broad-based wealth. Malnutrition is a national problem. Finding solutions must be a shared responsibility. We ask that you speak out and help us advocate for reducing malnutrition in your communities and constituencies, drawing attention to the urgent nutritional needs of pregnant women and their unborn children, and to the importance of community programs to support appropriate nutrition practices. We ask you to ensure that key nutrition interventions are integrated into development strategies across all sectors, including treasury, education, devolution and planning, agriculture, livestock and fisheries, and environment, water and natural resources. We ask you to help mobilize more funds for nutrition interventions from government. Specifically, we need increases for nutrition in the budgets for the Ministries of Health and Agriculture, and we need to establish explicit budget lines devoted to nutrition at the county level if we are serious about making a difference with malnutrition. And we ask that you help us coordinate programs and policy efforts for nutrition among the different ministries and stakeholders. One first step is to support the current nutrition coordinating group headed by the Sun Civil Society Alliance to better ensure that all nutrition interventions mutually support and reinforce one another. We can't afford to lose any opportunities. By investing in simple, cost-effective interventions like appropriate maternal, infant and young child nutrition practices, we can ensure that every child reaches his or her full potential, reduce illness and deaths in mothers and children, and help ensure stronger economic growth in the future. By staying positive and working together, we can build on our past achievements. We can scale up nutrition for those most in need. And we can wipe out malnutrition in Kenya once and for all. Nutrition is key. Take up your role. Act now.
Death of a mother, a newborn or a child continues to affect sub-Saharan Africa, leading to untold suffering at household level. In Kenya, the maternal mortality rate is estimated at 362 per 100,000 live births. Most of these deaths are preventable if pregnant women receive the desired health care. Global Affairs Canada funded the Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn, Child Health and Nutrition Program to address the issue. Breastfeeding is very important, especially exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months. Is very important for the development of the child.
Breastfeeding, especially the immediate initiation of breastfeeding, is the first effective immunization for a child. The breast milk immediately starts the building up of the flora in the intestines, and that shapes the immune status of the child adapted to the local environment. How much better can it get? Not one single industrially prepared product will ever be able to do this for a mother and for a child.
We already know the benefits of exclusive breastfeeding in improving the survival, health, and the development of infants. Research has also established that breastfeeding has a positive effect on the brain development and IQ, as well as reducing the risk of obesity and diabetes in adult lifehood. These benefits are realized in both rich and poor households, yet we're lagging behind in implementing health and social mechanisms that scale up breastfeeding programs.
At national level, we've developed several guidelines and policies that are supposed to help us understand what areas we need to tackle. We have a law in place to prevent the influence of promoting the breast milk substitutes that will make mothers not breastfeed. And we've made sure that our health facilities are baby friendly, and we keep evaluating to see how they are performing. Being baby friendly means they must make sure they are supporting mothers right from the time the child is born, and the information is provided to the mother, and all health workers are aware. So these policies have gone down to the community level, the community baby-friendly initiative guideline, such that the mothers are getting the information right at the community level. That is one of the key things that will make us change the way things are happening.
Mothers need support systems that include family, social networks, workplace and employment policy, and legislation that allow exclusively breastfeeding so that their babies can realize their full potential.
The measures that we are promoting in order to support breastfeeding are already ongoing. We are partnering with Unilever, and UNICEF is coming very strongly to support us. We are putting in place measures that will make it mandatory that every public office must have a place where mothers with little kids can breastfeed, so that they don't have to go looking for bushes and hidden places to breastfeed from. And we are making these places friendly. We are using our health personnel to teach mothers, especially the new mothers, how to hold a baby, how to direct the baby to the breast. And for those mothers who are so busy and they wouldn't have time to come back home, they are being told how to express milk from their breasts into a clean environment, and how later on that milk can be given to the baby at home by a helper when the mother is away. This for us is revolutionary, and I strongly recommend this for the whole country. I strongly recommend this for the whole of Africa.
As we look back across the decades in Kenya, we have witnessed some remarkable changes. More couples are using family planning, with use of modern methods tripling from 15% in 1989 to 46% in 2009. More children are surviving, with child deaths dropping from 89 per 1,000 births in 1989 to 74 per 1,000 births in 2009. Our economy is growing, with income rising from 104,000 Kenya shillings per person in 1992 to 182,000 Kenya shillings per person in 2012. And we are better connected, with about 30,700,000 subscribers, or about 93% of households using cell phones today. We are a nation on the move. But there is one challenge where we are sadly behind. Malnutrition in mothers and children, which continues to impose a staggering cost to the nation despite having the solutions. As of 2013, malnutrition contributes to the deaths of more than 50,000 children under the age of 5 each year in Kenya, or about 1 out of every 2 child deaths. So, what has the experience and research on nutrition programs taught us over the years? Well, the story starts in the 1,000-day window of opportunity between pregnancy and a child's first 2 years. This period becomes the best shot at helping a child reach his or her potential and set the stage for life. Let's take a closer look at just how critical this period is. Starting in the womb before birth, the fetus is at risk if the mother lacks essential vitamins, minerals and nutrients needed for brain, bone and organ development. More than half of all women in Kenya suffer from anemia during pregnancy, which can cause health problems for the baby. Once the baby is born, from birth to the first 6 months, early and exclusive breastfeeding without adding any other foods or liquids is the very best way to ensure a healthy baby. And after the first 6 months of life, adding sufficient quantities of nutritious solid foods along with continued breastfeeding is absolutely necessary to make sure that the child grows correctly. Most stunting happens in this critical period. There is no going back. The cost of malnutrition during this 1,000-day window is almost always irreversible. Damage to the brain, leading to poor educational performance and lower IQ, poor growth and development, and surprisingly, this early deprivation increases a child's risk of developing chronic diseases as an adult. Chronic diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease that will require continued medical attention and care later in life. Another huge challenge is that malnutrition can happen and persist for years, and we can't always see it. These two little boys are both from the same village. Can you guess how old each boy is? Both boys are the same age. They are both 8 years old, but they show very different levels of development. The little boy on the left is stunted owing to poor nutrition, and it's unlikely that he will ever catch up and reach his full height or his full potential like his taller village playmate on the right. The invisible nature of chronic malnutrition sets up a pattern that we see happening generation after generation. This intergenerational cycle of growth failure starts with a malnourished woman, like this mother who is at a greater risk of complications during pregnancy and childbirth. She also has a greater risk of delivering an infant with low birth weight, like this baby girl who is at higher risk of illness and death and at higher risk of delayed emotional and intellectual development. And she is also likely to suffer from growth failure in those important early developmental years, which in turn leads to low weight and stunting in the teen years. Those teen years that are critical for growth and development, and the time when adolescents gain almost 50% of their adult body weight and 20% of their adult height. And that takes us back to our malnourished woman. And the cycle of poor nutrition continues generation after generation. Adolescent pregnancy also increases the risk of low birth weight and adds to the difficulty in breaking the cycle. Unfortunately, we see this cycle of growth failure happening over and over with families across the country. Turning now to our Google Earth satellite map, we're going to zoom in on Kenya and start our tour of the country coming into the bustling city of Nairobi. You may recognize the Kenyatta International Conference Center, or KICC, on the left side of the screen. As we travel a little to the west of KICC, we find ourselves in the middle of Kibra, a densely populated informal settlement with poor living conditions. Here, malnutrition affects the lives of most families, with more than half of children stunted. Although the rate of malnutrition definitely increases with poverty, it is not a problem that is unique to the poor. For instance, as we fly over one of the wealthy suburban areas in Nairobi, with its lush green trees, big houses, and large swimming pools, it is easy to assume that children who live in wealthy areas do not suffer from malnutrition. How could there be malnourished kids in this neighborhood? Yet, about 1 in 4 children born to rich families in Kenya are also malnourished. Clearly, malnutrition affects all children regardless of social or financial status. As we travel outside of Nairobi, we discover that, similar to the wealthy suburban neighborhood, malnutrition continues to have a strong presence in the most unlikely areas, like here in the western region of Kenya, where the abundant rainfall supports the farming and agricultural industry, which serves as the main livelihood for most residents in the area. But despite the abundance of food, including nutrition-rich fruits and vegetables, malnutrition is widespread here as well, with more than 1/3 of children stunted. It is clear that wealth and geography are not enough to evade the expansive reach of malnutrition. So how is Kenya doing in reducing malnutrition? For over a decade, the rate of chronic malnutrition or stunting has stagnated at around 35%, with very little improvement across the years. About 1 out of every 3 children, or 1/3 of children under 5, suffer from stunting. According to the World Health Organization's recommendations, after the 6th month of life, children must be fed a variety of foods to make sure they receive all the nutrients they need. But the most recent national survey shows that 2 out of every 3 children are not receiving the right foods. Many are eating only starches, and they are not eating those vitamin-rich fruits and vegetables or animal source foods like meat, fish, and eggs that provide the body's basic building blocks. But making progress is possible. Let's turn to our trend graph or bubble chart and focus on the rate of exclusive breastfeeding over time in Kenya and compare that to Malawi. Exclusive breastfeeding means feeding the infant breast milk for the first 6 months of life without any other foods or liquids, not even 1 drop of water. On the left axis, we have the percent of infants under 6 months who are exclusively breastfed without receiving any other food or liquids. This axis goes from 0 to 80%. On the bottom axis, we have time, which goes from 1995 through 2010. In 1995, both Kenya and Malawi had about 12% of infants who were exclusively breastfed, which is very, very low. Let's play this forward now and watch what happens over the course of time in each country. And we see right away that the percent of children exclusively breastfed in Malawi starts to go up dramatically, and it goes higher, and then even higher, until by 2009, 68% of children, or almost 2 out of every 3 children in Malawi, are exclusively breastfed. While in Kenya, only 32% of children, or about 1 in every 3 children, are exclusively breastfed. So what did Malawi do to achieve these impressive results? Since the 1990s, Malawi has implemented various interventions to increase exclusive breastfeeding practices throughout the country. The government adopted nutrition-focused policies that promoted infant feeding in several sectors, including the agriculture and the education sectors. Promotional efforts through the media supported breastfeeding and increased public knowledge of its benefits. The Baby-Friendly Hospital Initiative, which assists health facilities to implement 10 specific steps to support exclusive breastfeeding and discourages the use of free or low-cost milk substitutes. And in 2005, the Department of Nutrition was placed in the Office of the President to champion good nutrition practices and to give nutrition interventions the serious attention that they deserve. If Kenya could use a similar combination of coordinated programs, sound policies, and political will, we too could make faster progress in this area. We know we can overcome these challenges because we know what makes a difference. 5 well-tested sets of interventions can protect mothers and children, beginning with ensuring that pregnant mothers receive vital micronutrients such as iron and folic acid, which can increase the likelihood of a safe and healthy pregnancy. Secondly, making sure that babies are put to the breast the first half hour after birth and are breastfed exclusively for the first 6 months. Thirdly, that mothers start giving a variety of healthy foods after the first 6 months of life in sufficient quantities, along with continued breastfeeding through 2 years and beyond. Next, we need to ensure that mothers and children have access to the right amount of foods and the right variety of foods, and that they have access to foods rich in vitamins and minerals, and they are consuming those essential vitamins and minerals regularly. And lastly, making sure that parents and caregivers get information on improved feeding and healthcare practices and the support that they need to feed their children in the best way possible. Research shows that nutrition investments are a best buy in today's financially strapped environment because investments in nutrition pay for themselves. Healthy nutrition during the 1,000-day window produces a lifetime of benefits for individuals, families, and nations, and that includes producing stronger football players. Healthier children complete more years in school and have better performance, which leads to increased personal income and can add at least 10% to lifetime earnings. Since healthy nutrition in the 1,000-day window can increase educational performance, well-nourished children grow into a more productive labor force as adults, and that can mean a boost in GDP growth by as much as 11% annually for the country. And if we look at the cost-to-benefit ratio, the cost of key nutrition interventions compared with the savings investment in nutrition produces returns of up to 16 times greater than the initial investment. In other words, for every 100,000 Kenya shillings spent on key nutrition interventions, we would generate 1.6 million Kenya shillings in economic returns. In fact, scaling up vitamin and mineral interventions alone could add more than 200 billion Kenya shillings to the GDP each year. So scaling up nutrition interventions can go a long way toward generating broad-based wealth. Malnutrition is a national problem. Finding solutions must be a shared responsibility. We ask that you speak out and help us advocate for reducing malnutrition in your communities and constituencies, drawing attention to the urgent nutritional needs of pregnant women and their unborn children, and to the importance of community programs to support appropriate nutrition practices. We ask you to ensure that key nutrition interventions are integrated into development strategies across all sectors, including treasury, education, devolution and planning, agriculture, livestock and fisheries, and environment, water and natural resources. We ask you to help mobilize more funds for nutrition interventions from government. Specifically, we need increases for nutrition in the budgets for the Ministries of Health and Agriculture, and we need to establish explicit budget lines devoted to nutrition at the county level if we are serious about making a difference with malnutrition. And we ask that you help us coordinate programs and policy efforts for nutrition among the different ministries and stakeholders. One first step is to support the current nutrition coordinating group headed by the Sun Civil Society Alliance to better ensure that all nutrition interventions mutually support and reinforce one another. We can't afford to lose any opportunities. By investing in simple, cost-effective interventions like appropriate maternal, infant and young child nutrition practices, we can ensure that every child reaches his or her full potential, reduce illness and deaths in mothers and children, and help ensure stronger economic growth in the future. By staying positive and working together, we can build on our past achievements. We can scale up nutrition for those most in need. And we can wipe out malnutrition in Kenya once and for all. Nutrition is key. Take up your role. Act now.
death of a mother, a newborn or a child continues to affect sub-Saharan Africa, leading to untold suffering at household level. In Kenya, the maternal mortality rate is estimated at 362 per 100,000 live births. Most of these deaths are preventable if pregnant women receive the desired health care. Global Affairs Canada funded the reproductive, maternal, newborn, child health and nutrition program to address the issue. Breastfeeding is very important, especially exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months is very important for the development of the child.
Breastfeeding, especially the immediate initiation of breastfeeding, is the first effective immunization for a child. The breast milk immediately starts the building up of the flora in the intestines, and that shapes the immune status of the child adapted to the local environment. How much better can it get? Not one single industrially prepared product will ever be able to do this for a mother and for a child.
We already know the benefits of exclusive breastfeeding in improving the survival, health, and the development of infants. Research has also established that breastfeeding has a positive effect on the brain development and IQ, as well as reducing the risk of obesity and diabetes in adult lifehood. These benefits are realized in both rich and poor households, yet we're lagging behind in implementing health and social mechanisms that scale up breastfeeding programs.
At national level, we've developed several guidelines and policies that are supposed to help us understand what areas we need to tackle. We have a law in place to prevent the influence of promoting the breast milk substitutes that will make mothers not breastfeed. And we've made sure that our health facilities are baby friendly, and we keep evaluating to see how they are performing. Being baby friendly means they must make sure they are supporting mothers right from the time the child is born, and the information is provided to the mother, and all health workers are aware. So these policies have gone down to the community level, the community baby friendly initiative guideline, such that the mothers are getting the information right at the community level. That is one of the key things that will make us change the way things are happening.
Mothers need support systems that include family, social networks, workplace and employment policy, and legislation that allow exclusively breastfeeding so that their babies can realize their full potential.
In Kericho, the measures that we are promoting in order to support breastfeeding are already ongoing. We are partnering with Unilever, and UNICEF is coming very strongly to support us. We are putting in place measures that will make it mandatory that every public office must have a place where mothers with little kids can breastfeed, so that they don't have to go looking for bushes and hidden places to breastfeed from. And we are making these places friendly. We are using our health personnel to teach mothers, especially the new mothers, how to hold a baby, how to direct the baby to the breast. And for those mothers who are so busy and they wouldn't have time to come back home. They are being told how to express milk from their breasts into a clean environment, and how later on that milk can be given to the baby at home by a helper when the mother is away. This for us is revolutionary, and I strongly recommend this for the whole country. I strongly recommend this for the whole of Africa.
As we look back across the decades in Kenya, we have witnessed some remarkable changes. More couples are using family planning with use of modern methods tripling from 15% in 1989 to 46% in 2009. More children are surviving, with child deaths dropping from 89 per 1,000 births in 1989 to 74 per 1,000 births in 2009. Our economy is growing, with income rising from 104,000 Kenya shillings per person in 1992 to 182,000 Kenya shillings per person in 2012. And we are better connected, with about 30,700,000 subscribers, or about 93% of households using cell phones today. We are a nation on the move. But there is one challenge where we are sadly behind. Malnutrition in mothers and children, which continues to impose a staggering cost to the nation despite having the solutions. As of 2013, malnutrition contributes to the deaths of more than 50,000.
as a family. Rise as a community. Rise as a nation. Let's all rise with SUN. SUN, Scaling Up Nutrition, is a growing movement to save millions of children's lives. SUN is an unprecedented collective global commitment to nutrition. Launched just a year ago, it's a growing coalition of partners, developing countries, multilateral and bilateral development agencies, foundations, the UN, NGOs and civil society organizations, researchers and the private sector. Together, we focus on improving nutrition to give millions of children a chance to rise, because empowering women, eradicating poverty, reducing child mortality, improving maternal health, combating disease, and achieving universal primary education is all possible, and it all starts with the right nutrition. SUN is a country-led and country-run movement. Developing nations devise their own plans to scale up nutrition, and SUN partners align their efforts to support those countries' needs. Using the SUN framework, nations are integrating nutrition into all priorities, including health, agriculture, and social development. 20 countries are already working to scale up nutrition. More than 100 global organizations have signed on in support, and the movement continues to grow. Throughout the world, millions of children suffer from malnutrition. This lack of food and nutrients increases their chance for serious illness, even loss of life. But a child who receives the right nutrition in the 1,000 days during a woman's pregnancy until that child is 2 years old is less likely to die or be harmed by disease for the rest of her life. And that child is more likely to stay in school, contribute to her family, and to the future of her nation, so she can rise and reach her potential, becoming a teacher, doctor, or whatever she sets her sights on. SUN works to improve access to affordable, nutritious foods in local markets and focuses on promoting good nutritional practices, including breastfeeding and appropriate healthy foods for infants beginning at 6 months, increasing the intake of vitamins and minerals, and preventing and treating moderate and severe malnutrition. Creating a world where children live healthy, productive lives is no small task. Rise above our differences and rise together. We will change the future. We can do this. It all starts with the right nutrition. Let's all rise with SUN.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start heading back to the auditorium.
Rise as a community.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are still outside at the eating area, the tea area, kindly let's head inside the auditorium so we can continue with the afternoon session.
SUN is an unprecedented collective global commitment to nutrition. Launched just a year ago, it's a growing coalition of partners, developing countries, multilateral and bilateral development aid.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who are outside, kindly make your way into the auditorium. We are set to start the afternoon session in just but a few.
Foundations, the UN, NGOs and civil society organizations, researchers and the private sector. Together, we focus on improving nutrition to give millions of children a chance to rise. Because empowering women, eradicating poverty, reducing child mortality, improving maternal health, combating disease and achieving universal primary education is all possible, and it all starts with the right nutrition. SUN is a country-led and country-run movement. Developing nations devise their own plans to scale up nutrition, and SUN partners align their efforts to support those countries' needs. Using the SUN framework, nations are integrating nutrition into all priorities, including health, agriculture, and social development. 20 countries are already working to scale up nutrition. More than 100 global organizations have signed on in support, and the movement continues to grow.
Once again, final call to all the participants in this symposium. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. We are pressed of time, so we can continue with the afternoon session. Kindly make your way to the auditorium so we can continue with the afternoon session.
Ikiwa utatembelea kliniki ya wajawazito punde tu unapogundua kuwa wewe ni mjamzito na angalau mara 4 zaidi wakati wa ujauzito, kisha utumie tembe za IFAS kila siku ya ujauzito wako, halafu jifungue mwanao katika hospitali, umnyonyeshe ndani ya saa 1 baada ya kujifungua, kisha umpe maziwa ya mama pekee kwa miezi 6, halafu uanze kumpa vyakula vingine vyenye virutubishi huku ukiendelea kumnyonyesha hadi afike miaka 2 au zaidi. Basi utakuwa umemwanzisha mwanao katika safari ya mafanikio na afya katika siku zijazo. Akina mama na baba wanaozingatia tabia za kiafya wanahakikisha kuwa ubongo, uti wa mgongo na mfumo wa kinga wa mwanao unaumbika vyema. Siku hizi zinajulikana kama siku 1000 za anzilisha. Na matokeo, ujauzito wenye afya na mtoto mwenye afya.
Huyu ni mume wangu akimlisha mtoto wetu. Nilimnyonyesha bila kumpa vyakula vingine au hata maji kwa miezi 6. lakini sasa tunaongeza vyakula vipya na vyenye virutubishi katika lishe lake ili apate kuwa mwenye nguvu na afya.
Anza kutembelea kliniki katika mwezi wa kwanza baada ya kutopokea hedhi. Malezi ya mapema ya ujauzito huchunguza hali ya mtoto ndani ya fuko la uzazi, na daktari anaweza kugundua na pia kutibu matatizo yoyote ambayo huenda yakahatarisha afya yako na ya mtoto. Anza afya ya mtoto vyema ili aishi vyema. Tabia za kiafya toka mwanzo wa ujauzito hadi mtoto afikapo miaka 2 huweka msingi bora wa mafanikio katika siku zijazo.
Punde tu unapogundua kwamba wewe ni mjamzito kama mama baby, tembelea kliniki ya kutoa ushauri kwa kina mama wajawazito haraka iwezekanavyo. Utajulishwa kuhusu tembe za IFAS, yaani Iron and Folic Acid Supplements. IFAS itakukinga kutokana na anemia, yaani upungufu wa damu mwilini, na kupunguza uwezekano wa kujifungua mtoto mwenye uzani mdogo, na wakati huo kuhifadhi nguvu za mwili wakati wa ujauzito. Anzilisha afya mtoto vyema ili aishi vyema.
Ukianza kunyonyesha ndani ya saa 1 baada ya kujifungua, mtoto wako atapata colostrum, ambayo ni maziwa ya kwanza ya rangi ya njano na humsaidia mtoto kutoa kile kinyesi cha kwanza cheusi, na pia huzuia ngozi yake kubadilika na kuwa rangi ya njano. Colostrum ni chanjo ya kwanza ya mwanao. Anza afya ya mtoto vyema ili aishi vyema. Tabia za kiafya toka mwanzo wa ujauzito hadi mtoto afikapo miaka 2 huweka msingi bora wa mafanikio katika siku zijazo.
We used to admit prematures in this room, but now we are not admitting them here. We can only bring a baby here who is sick.
We have what we call extreme prematures. Extreme premature is a baby who is born with less than 1 kilogram, 700 grams, 800 grams. One between 1 and 1.5, then from 1.6 to 2.
The prematures, we nurse them in the kangaroo mother care room. This baby was born with the 800 grams, and per now the baby is doing well, is almost graduate to go home.
Sasa amefikisha 1.72. Kabla anafikisha 1.8 alafu naenda nyumbani.
This one was also 800 grams when she came, but now 1.24.
So extreme premature survival is usually low. But when you get them when they're maybe 1.5 and above, they survive very well.
Every morning we talk to them about the kangaroo mother care, and we have taught them so that when they go home they can tell other community members what they have been doing.
We are leading in maternal health. We are only second to the County General Hospital in terms of deliveries. We are also pioneering in kangaroo mother care. We are actually the leading facility in that service.
Kangaroo care is a method that has been used for many years.
It's all about provision of the right temperature to the babies in the most affordable way.
What kills premature babies is normally lack of warmth, and the mother will provide that warmth that the baby requires.
Since not all facilities will be able to provide incubators at any given time, or we may even have the incubators but there is no power, So that's why we opted for the cheaper way, that is making use of this approach of kangaroo mothers.
So you get the baby and you put on the skin of the mother. The mother then puts on her normal clothes with the baby wrapped around her body so that the baby gets the heat from the mother.
Good afternoon. Hi guys, good afternoon. How are you doing?
The kangaroo mother care.
How was lunch?
So that when we are not there, they tie one
just
another.
lifted a finger. Me enjoy kabisa.
They go as far as
Usilale
even
lakini.
she can tie like this.
Anyway, I just want to call this meeting to order right now. If we could all grab our seats so we can continue with our sessions. Remember, it's quite an intense afternoon session. We'll be breaking away a little bit later on. First of all, we'll have a few plenary sessions, and I just want to invite, without further ado, the lady who will take us through the afternoon session. Kindly come to stage. I'll let her introduce herself, but I simply know her following our interactions today in terms of planning and all that. So kindly, in case you feel like dozing off, there's water. In case you see your neighbor dozing off, make sure you give them a nudge on the back. Pole pole tu, karibu.
Okay, thank you, MC Jesse. A very good afternoon to all of us. I'm requesting that I get a wave just to confirm that we're together. A wave. Some people are not. Thank you very much. So thank you so much, MC Jesse, and what a morning we had. What a morning of remarks, you know, and sentiments from across the board. And I took away most as a person who is in this space of MIYCN was the fact that today we get to have other monkeys from other forests. You know, you remember a speaker who said we've been the same monkeys in the same forest, hopping from a tree to the other. So my name is Mary Kimani. I work with Action Against Hunger, popularly known as ACF. But I work also with Ministry of Health. I have to say that Madam Veronica is here, or she'll tell me I will. Yeah, so I'm in the space of MIYCN programming, and this is such a delight to be here in this event, and I'm so looking forward to learning. I really want to learn so much. Being a person who has been doing quite a bit in the space of MIYCN, but now getting an opportunity to look outside, you know, to our highly coveted, if I could say, colleagues from other sectors. So without much ado, we are going to move into the afternoon session. It's going to be a bit fast. We have like 4 short plenary presentations, and we'll take a brief session of Q&A, and then we'll go to specific presentations. So our first speaker for the afternoon is going to be, according to your programs, is going to be Dr. Timothy Abuya. Dr. Timothy Abuya, you can start to take the floor. Dr. Timothy Abuya is a public health researcher with a lot of experience, almost 15 years, and works in the health systems and policy research in development across the country. And I will allow him to say the rest. Karibu sana, Daktari. We can give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Sorry for the time we were supposed to do this presentation in the morning. My name is Timothy Abuya, and what I'm going to do is give you results of a study we collaborated with PASU on understanding what drives stunting in this country. And so it's in the context of human capital development, which is central in determining the future of productivity of a country's population. We do know that the Human Capital Index, which is a metric that quantifies the contribution of health and education to the productivity of the next generation of workers, it computes, it's an index that's computed using three main elements. One is survival. What will children born today survive until school age? The second metric is education, which looks at how much school will they complete and how much will they learn. The third and important component, which interacts with what we've been talking about, monkeys and in the same forest, is health. Will they leave school in a state in which they are able to work better? So if you use that metrics, the Human Capital Index is calculated as a measure of productivity of a future worker. And basically for Kenya, it's about 0.55. It compares generally well. Kenya compares generally well with sub-Saharan African countries, but of course, we do know that, as the speaker said in the morning, a child born today has only 55% of its full potential when they complete their education, given the fact that they have a full health. Now, one of the challenges of the Human Capital Index is the fact that in Kenya, the deficit we see or opportunities to improve are basically based on or related to childhood malnutrition. And of course, I won't belabor this, has been spoken in the morning, that this physical growth, stunting affects cognitive development, and association between stunting and early life and future cognition and productivity later in life is an important thing to note. So again, in the morning, most of my colleagues and speakers say that stunting actually affects health and education. Someone said in the morning, we actually, undernutrition has an economic impact of about 0.3% of our GDP. And stunting is a cyclical process because women who themselves are stunted in childhood would end up having children who are stunted as well. So that's, that intergenerational cycle of poverty influences our human capital, and therefore our future productivity is actually affected. So in the slides this morning, I think Veronica and colleagues did present the trends for overall malnutrition. And if you compare stunting, underweight, and wasting, stunting has remained relatively high over the past 4 or 3 to 4 decades. And the reason for that is largely associated with things that I'm going to explore today, what really drives stunting. I think the slide deck is quite behind. So we sought to do this study to explore the qualitative determinants of stunting and constraints at the household level. It's a qualitative study which had 4 objectives. One was to examine how do the determinants of stunting interact at household level. And the second one, what are the external spheres of influence that affect nutrition and stunting at household level? And obviously, we're also interested to explore opportunities for leveraging existing social structures that can be used as avenues for improving or embedding intervention to improve childhood outcomes. And finally, we wanted also to be able to generate recommendations for entry point at household level. So I'll just take you straight to where we did the study. I know members of several counties are presented here. We did the study between November and December last year, between October and December last year, in 5 counties: West Pokot, Narok, Nakuru, Nyandarua, Nairobi, and Kwale. They represent varying geographies and livelihoods and varying stunting levels across the country. So how did we generate the evidence? First, we tried to understand the social context using key informant interviews with various subsectors at each of the counties, actors from health, education, social protection, agriculture, and water, to generate information on drivers of stunting at household level. We also conducted several focus group discussions and participatory discussions with community members, engaging them to understand how do communities view stunting, for example, and what are some of the opportunities we can leverage to ensure that programs or interventions can be launched in those settings. We then specifically did an anthropological study looking at families and households with stuntingness or children with stunting and those that don't have in the same neighborhood. And we conducted about 5 visits in those households over a period of 10 days to examine the livelihood and patterns of feeding patterns for children. So we selected 6 families in each of the sub-counties, 3 with stunted children and 3 without, and explored the dynamics of care experiences within those households. So the results I'm going to present now structured around 5 themes. And the first is we understood that stunting is a sign of deeper socioeconomic challenge in the households and the community at large. And communities, or stunting is not, since stunting is not a visible illness, which limits its understanding among households and hence hinders timely access to care. The second theme is around social cultural practices. Some social cultural practices and family practices influence safe complementary feeding and continued breastfeeding at household level. The gender dynamics, based on the cultural context where women provide food and care to their children, if women are not empowered to make decisions about the livelihood in the household, there's a potential that those households will have children with challenges of nutrition. The livelihood systems, there were challenges in the livelihood systems, low access to markets and weather conditions which prolong poverty and impaired suitable maternal and infant young child nutrition. And finally, institutional aspects. So there's this concept that we try to understand, the institutional blindness for children aged 9 months to 4 years, post the fact that they probably finished their immunization schedules. Nothing happens between that, and they're probably not in any school setting. If they're not sick, they will not appear in a health system, and therefore that period is a period upon which they're likely to experience stunting if nutrition is not well catered for. So let me just unpack a little more about that and say that communities don't necessarily understand the importance of nutrition, and lack of visible symptoms on stunting causes caregivers to attribute, for example, stunting to short age or genetics, and I underestimate that consequence. In terms of social cultural practices, we noted that the value attached to certain foods and what is culturally preferred to different persons in the households limit diet diversification and what's given to the children. I already alluded to the fact that when mothers are empowered to make decisions on resources available for the family, they appear to have better nutrition compared to those that do not have ability to make those decisions. So let me now just finally conclude by trying to address what then can we do. The study identified several channels to influence behavior change. The first one is using the existing community social structures. They can provide suitable entry point for early interventions. And they can be women groups, men's group whenever they are. Someone talked about engaging men using locally relevant structures and avenues. The Nyumba Kumi initiative can help identify stunted children quite earlier if they are empowered to do so. Now, ECD centers can be instrumental in filling the information gap as well as encouraging behavior change. We saw a number of daycare centers that have been set up in several settings, and they can also act as an appropriate opportunity to incorporate nutrition education, such as safe complementary feeding and micronutrient supplementation into their curriculum. In the morning, most of the speakers alluded to the issue of community health systems, which obviously can become a strong avenue for early identification of stunting, and can also become opportunity to initiate and implement what's already known about baby-friendly initiative to stimulate early identification and follow-up for stunted children. So in terms of policy recommendations, I think from this evidence, we noted the need for considering households as an integrated unit. Most of the time, for a responsive policy design and programming. Most of the time we visit households singly for a particular activity or event without thinking about that household as an integrated unit. So if you're going as an agricultural officer, is there an opportunity to enhance nutrition aspects? If you go in as a water person, is there an opportunity to enhance issues to do with health in the same context? So one policy recommendation as we develop stronger multi-sectoral government response, there is need to consider each household as an integrated unit of production for responsive policy design. And that will improve livelihoods and so forth. The other important policy recommendation is the political commitments towards health and nutrition. And I saw in the morning a lot of policy space here. We have a lot of policy instruments that we can use. But the likelihood to enhance the multisectorality through agriculture, health, and all those sectors, which often are siloed in the way they are budgeted for. So programs are budgeted in silos, and they report to Treasury in silos. And so if you tell agriculture, come we work together, they tell you then at the end of the day, what's in there for me? So really, we need to be thinking about our program design associated with how we coordinate across programs and across different departments. And finally, we need to be thinking about delivering targeted household support focusing on women, because we noted from the results that decision-making processes are usually gendered in households, and therefore, if we prioritize ways in which we can target moms, empower them with information that could run through entities that women engage regularly, it can be opportunity, like table banking groups, religious groups, they can be strong and powerful influencers in those settings. So ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that the opportunity is ripe for us to be able to address stunting by looking at a household as a unit of production or as a single entity, but has different needs that can be met once we are in that particular household. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abuya. We can give him another round of applause. Thank you so much for delivering that very catchy topic. If you notice, the topic is getting it right. Improving Kenya's human capital by reducing childhood stunting. You know, it's something that we all have been struggling with. It's something we want to get right. So thank you so much. We appreciate. And did you notice Dr. Abuya just said that that maybe our capabilities today have to do with what we ate then? Did you hear that statement? That our probably intellectual capabilities have something to do with our early days? Yeah? And that, like we all are here, maybe we may not be able to retake our early days, but it is possible to get it right for another child. So thank you so much, we appreciate. And if you noticed, the rubber just started hitting the road in as far as this symposium is concerned. The lessons have begun to come, and we have a Q&A session at the end of the few short presentations. So I'm looking to see that if we have questions, we can jot, because we'll have we'll get the panelists take our questions, one or two, as they may come. Thank you so much. So next, we are going to have the next presenter. This is one Jemima Hamadi. Jemima is going to give us a presentation on baby-friendly community initiative. I am humbled to be inviting, can I say my boss? Yes. Jemima Hamadi is currently the Programs Director in Action Against Hunger and Acting Country Director with lots and lots of experience in nutrition and health across different contexts and different spaces. So, Madam Jemima.
Thank you so much, Mary. I'm hoping I'll be as fast as Dr. Abuya. He was a bit brief. I want to acknowledge the presence of all government heads and officials from the national and county government, the UN representative from respective NGOs, the academia, all protocols observed, good afternoon. I want to appreciate the opportunity that we've been given to showcase the work that Action Against Hunger is doing in trying to eliminate and contributing towards the elimination of hunger and malnutrition within Kenya. And just to go to my presentation, we are going to focus on the mother support groups, how they've been used as a platform to enhance multi-sectorial linkages for improved MICN. I know the women play a major role in terms of at household level, feeding the families and contributing to the growth and the development of the communities that we work in. So just a brief on where we work. Action Against Hunger works in different counties, currently very active in 4 counties, but also continuously engaging in 8 counties. So trying to work through the government structures in implementing our activities and just ensuring that we build the systems to offer quality services within these counties. Next. Our focus is mainly on while working towards elimination of hunger, our focus has been in 3 different areas. We have WASH, we have health, and food security. And this is offered in a more of integrated approach to ensure that we get comprehensive interventions getting to the communities that we are working in. Under WASH, we have the access, just working towards improving access to water within the communities, sanitation and hygiene promotion at community level. Under food security, we have just protecting the main livelihoods of these communities, especially within the ASAL regions, and distribution of diversification of livelihoods, as we'll be discussing further as I discuss on the mother support groups, and also enhancing nutrition security at household level. Within this, we try as much as possible to link it to the health and nutrition within the different projects, so that at the end of it, we are working towards elimination of hunger. Why this? Narrowing down to the mother support groups and which areas we focus on, especially, is expanding our focus and combating underlying causes of hunger. This is more of a holistic approach in trying to make sure that the systems are able to address the issues of hunger. So we try to work towards improving access to increasing food and nutrition security through enhanced productivity, resilience of the agriculture sector within the communities that we are working in. And this is being done through the mother support groups. And that's the reason why I just need to narrow down as how much we are working with the women, so that they also contribute to enhancing household food security and contribute to the nutrition status at household and community level. What do we focus on in terms of making sure that we achieve this? We have been able to build their capacity in terms of crop diversification and being able to utilize this the produce they're getting from the crops that they are producing within the kitchen gardens within their households. Also linkages to agricultural extension services. We've been working with the Department of Agriculture within those sectors to be able to build the capacity of the women, doing post-harvest practices, scaling up of farm inputs at that level. And with this, we try as much as possible to enhance market linkages by improving the market systems for these women also to be able to sell their surplus and get something for their household. And then also increase diversification in some areas they used not to produce, like for example watermelons, but we are pushing them also to produce the watermelons, establishing the value chain addition for them to understand they can make them better, they can make them sustainable. Those are some of, those are some of the key interventions that we are working through while supporting the mother support groups. I'll narrow down to how we get to the mother support groups and how we work with the mother support groups, so that are we losing it while introducing the multi-sector approaches while working with the mother support groups? There's been an argument for that. No, we are not losing it, because the basis for us to implement and work with them and build their capacity economically also, where is the main objective? And that's where I'll go into discussing about the BFCI and why we are using it as a multi-sectoral platform for improving MRYCN at community level. The BFCI process involves 9 key processes, but the mother support group is one of the key processes that they are utilizing in implementation of BFCI. And this is where now it comes in how we are using the mothers to be able to enhance their capacity in terms of producing at household level. There are 2 levels of implementation of the BFCI. We have the national level. Under the national level, we've been supporting in the development of policies and guidelines in the implementation of how that will guide the implementation of BFCI. And at county level, we work towards supporting and building the capacity of the community units to be able to support us also in implementation of BFCI. I'll go to how these linkages are done and how we go around in terms of ensuring that we use them as a platform. We have 3 different levels under the health sector, and this is the core approach or the core reason as to why we form the mother support groups. First of all, in terms of nutrition, we work with them, we train them in scaling up family work at community level. With this, they're able to support us in terms of screening, early detection, early referral, and early management of acute malnutrition, and also just using them as a tool for social behavioral change communication at a community and household level. Under WASH, next slide. Under food security, we've worked with these mothers as we educate them and they understand the objective of them being formed. We work towards enhancing their food security levels at household level. And what we do is we train them, use the agricultural extension workers to be trained in terms of producing, having diversified farming initiatives at community level, giving them seed funds to be able to procure, for example, the gala goats, Village Loans and Savings Association. We've enabled them to be able to come up with kitchen gardens that they are using to feed their families and also being able to sell the surplus in the market so that they can get some income. We have some groups that we have supported for honey processing. They have a honey processing plant, they are selling, and we've seen a lot of things coming out of it. And we also have some who are doing diversification, like now the watermelons, to be able to now also sell on the market and get something on it, in it. And we also have the wash sector. Under the wash sector, what we do is we try as much as possible as we increase access to water. These women use the water points. They are able to establish gardens at the water points, and this they're able to use the water, the excess water, the surplus water that is coming from the water points that we have rehabilitated to be able also to irrigate the lands and be able to produce crops within their household. Next slide. Next slide. What are the key achievements that we have seen through the process as we continue supporting the mother support groups in enhancing multi-sectoral approach? First of all, there's the policy guidelines and capacity building documents in place. I know we've been working closely with the Division of Nutrition just to make sure that policies are in place in terms of supporting the implementation of BFCI. And then there's reduced stunting rates from 45. For example, in West Pokot County, we've seen an improvement in the stunting levels from 45.3% to 35.2%. And these are some of the areas that we are implementing the projects in. We've seen an improved in EBF rates. For example, in West Pokot, they were at 19 now we are doing 74. And then we also have improved an early some mom case detection and treatment. This is because of the family work initiatives that we're implementing. And then we also have an improved consumption of animal foods, thus dietary diversity, as we continue working in enhancing their farming diversification, and also improved purchasing power at household level. Another key achievement we've seen is in terms of when supporting the establishment of policies and guidelines, training and sensitization packages have been put in place, and this is something that we have really seen that the support has been great to the Ministry of Health through the Division of Nutrition. What are the best practices that we have carried through this? Investing in establishing BFCI structures, very key. And this is very important in providing a platform for multi-sectoral collaboration. And then focusing efforts on mother support groups. It increases opportunities for engaging mothers on key health interventions. They own it and they carry along and they understand their roles and responsibilities towards that. And then also leveraging on multi-sector platforms for promotion of key messages and behavior enhances adoption, because they are part of it, they can easily adopt them. So at the end of it, what we see is the smiles from these women, and this at least tells it all. When you are working with them and you see that satisfaction, it really drives you to work with them and really understand their importance at community level. In conclusion, there are, however, opportunities that we have greater impact, especially through adequate funding for dissemination of the policies, as well as implementation of BFCI. That is very key. And as a country awaits the next KDHS, it is our belief that implementation of BFCI at scale will ensure resilience of targeted cohorts that reduce incidences of malnutrition. All in all, we have to understand that investing in BFCI and always targeting mother-to-mother support groups offered a more than we asked for thing that we can say and be proud of. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jemima, for that very good presentation. I think the long and short of that presentation is that mother-to-mother support group, an organ, a structure of BFCI, is an opportunity, offers a structure that we can leverage to do several things. Thank you so much. Did we give her a round of applause? Thank you very much. I know you are taking questions. Straight to our third presenter. This is introducing one Dr. Edwin Mbugua, who is coming to talk to us about complementary, an aspect of complementary feeding, and that is lishe poa. Dr. Edwin is an experienced public health expert with a lot of experience in health, nutrition, and food security. He currently is the Health and Nutrition Coordinator at Concern Worldwide and is managing programs in ASA and also in urban, focusing on informal settlement. So when we hear complementary feeding, then informal settlement, Dr. Edwin, we look forward to your presentation. Take the podium. Thank you. You can appreciate him as he takes the podium.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I think all protocols observed. This afternoon is more of the technical discussion, and we are going to be talking about what Concern is doing in collaboration with other partners to promote complementary feeding in the informal settlements of Nairobi. So I'll take a few minutes to take you through my presentation. So the project is titled Healthy Food Snacks for Improved Health and Nutrition Status in Poor Urban Informal Settlements in Nairobi County. This is an innovative public-private partnership that is seeking to harness the immense power and strength of the private sector. Next, please. So in terms of a background, I don't want to overemphasize the situation that we are facing as a country. Speakers after speakers before me have spoken about the issues that we are facing as a country in terms of the nutrition status. And when you drill into the urban informal settlements, you'll find that the situation is the same or worse. So we have high rates of malnutrition in the urban informal settlements. About 24% of children are stunted, with 4.4% severely stunted. And this is in the informal settlements of Nairobi, in the county that holds almost 60% of our GDP. Wasting and undernutrition is quite prevalent at 3.6% and 9.6% respectively. According to the short-range assessment that were conducted a few months ago in February, actually last month, Nairobi County has the 5th highest number of children aged 6 to 59 requiring treatment for acute malnutrition. If that doesn't shock you, I don't know what will. And most of these cases are coming from the informal settlements. And we know the long-term effects of chronic malnutrition. They are quite debilitating. Issues of, the child, doesn't start from the starting point where other children will start. They start way behind. So what are some of the issues that contribute to malnutrition are we trying to address with this particular project? One is the issue of limited household food security as a result of poor socioeconomic status. We have access to markets in Nairobi, but the purchasing power is quite low. Over-reliance on street foods that are ready to eat, although are unhygienically prepared and have very low nutrition content, including what we call the chips muitu. I don't know whether some of you have interacted with them, the KDF, and so on. So you're just giving your child 1 KDF per meal. That will deliver what? Just starch and a bit of sugar. So those are the issues that we are seeing. And everywhere on the streets of Nairobi you walk, you'll always see street vendors selling these particular items. Poor maternal, infant, and young child feeding practices, poor access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities, and non-optimal complementary feeding in households and daycare centers where mothers leave their children in search of the day-to-day work. We know that in the informal settlements, we have very many female-headed households, and those mothers have to leave their children in daycare centers with nothing to eat apart from maybe that KDF, and they go off, and that KDF is what the child will eat. In some of the daycare centers, we have children as young as 4 months, and this is what they have to take. So in as much as we are in Nairobi, the richest county in Kenya, the most progressive, highest GDP in the country, we still have issues in the urban informal settlements, and that's why we are engaging with this particular community. In terms of the intervention, the goal of intervention is to improve the nutrition status of about 173,000 children and 109,000 pregnant lactating women in 4 urban informal settlements of Nairobi by developing and improving access to affordable, highly nutritious, ready-made snacks through a public-private partnership. And the key outputs are that we have nutritious, affordable, and locally appropriate snacks developed for the market. We have increased consumption of fortified, safe snacks among these cohorts. We have improved knowledge, and that's why we are here, and practice of optimal infant and young child nutrition among caregivers. And we have increased or improved policy and evidence on the impact of this particular product on the nutrition status of this particular cohort. So we don't work alone. We work together with a huge team. The project is overseen by a project steering committee, and I'm happy the chair lady is here, Madam Veronica, who chairs the project steering committee, and it draws its membership from Concern. I forgot to mention Concern is an international NGO whose goal is to eradicate extreme poverty, whatever it takes. And we know, we've heard about the economic impact or the cost of malnutrition, being able to fund the SGR from, is it from Mombasa all the way to the border with Uganda. So you can see the kind of costs or the kind of cost of malnutrition on the country. We also work with Nairobi Metropolitan Services. They are the secretariat. The project is currently in Nairobi City County. UNICEF, JQuat, academic partners, GAIN, the Food Safety Department, KEBS, and the funders, Koika. So what have we been able to achieve so far in terms of contributing to complementary feeding? So the project is quite bold, but I'll be specific on what we have done vis-a-vis complementary feeding. One is that for us to understand the market, we're able to do formative research, we're able to do market analysis and feasibility studies to be able to determine how the communities within these particular informal settlements would identify as nutritious products, how much they would be willing to pay for products they perceive to be nutritious, and where they would expect to buy or find such particular products. And we're able to identify a product which is the orange fleshed sweet potato based chapati, ujis, and the yogurts, which are also blended with other nutritious products, including iron and zinc-rich beans. And we went through a series of iterative workshops called hackathons, where we were able to invite companies, individuals who had healthy products, nutritious products, and we were able to see and pick which was the best product. We had institutions coming in with products that are rich in protein, but eventually we settled on this particular product because of vitamin A, and we know that vitamin A is quite an issue of national concern. And so we've also been able to support the partner who we were able to identify, that is Zero Ingredients, with rigorous food quality audits to ensure that the product is safe and healthy and can be consumed within these particular informal settlements. So far, Zero Ingredients Limited have been able to distribute over 400,000 units of the product through street vendors who've also been capacity built. They have been trained on business skills, food hygiene, food safety, to be able to sell the product in a very hygienic environment. We've also provided them with carts. We're in the process of providing the entire cohort of vendors with carts so that they can be safely handling these particular products. We've also been supporting community health volunteers to undertake household visits, and over 87,700 pregnant lactating women have been reached by the over 300 CHVs who have been engaged as champions of knowledge and practice of optimum infant and young child feeding. And of course, we've been having radio shows. I can see some faces of some people who featured, and I've also in the business of identifying experts who can go and talk to communities in the informal settlements. So if I come and reach out to you to come and say something on radio, please accept. At the policy level, we cannot work in isolation. We need policy, and we have been able to support policy development at national and at county level, and these are some of the specific policy works that we've been able to support the national government, including the review and validation of the BMS Act. I think this is one of the very high achievements by the Ministry of Health, and we should be very proud of them, of ourselves for this milestone. We've also been able to support the county in a number of other legislations, including the Nairobi Food Safety and Fortification Bill, which once passed is going to regulate how street vendors operate in the streets of Nairobi. So, of course, we know when we think about street vendors, we think about the running battles, but there's a legislation that is coming that will, regulate how street vendors should be able to approach the business of food, and that's why we are here. We are also currently supporting the implementation, the operationalization of the CHS bill with the county, because MRYCN is leveraging on the CHS because of that platform of CHVs being able to go into households and to counsel mothers on good nutrition practices, and that's why we are here. We've also supported we are currently supporting the urban nutrition strategy, which builds on the Kenya National Nutrition Action Plan, and this will contextualize some of the issues, address some of the issues that we are seeing within this urban environment. And of course, we've supported scaling up a nutrition strategy, which also has a huge focus on MRYCN and validation of the Kenya nutrient profile. So what are the ongoing learnings, or what some of our younger generation like calling the character development? You know, you come up with your proposal, and when you get on the ground, sometimes things change, but you must be willing to change for the safe and successful implementation of the program. So the first one is purposive management of malalignment of goals in the public-private sector, and here that is critical for success. So when you engage in private sector, the driving force behind private sector is the desire to make profit, while government, NGOs like ourselves, we are more interested in social impact, how we can improve nutrition status, how we can be able to deliver the public good. So you have to come up with ways of incentivizing the private sector to be able to contribute to that. So we've been able to engage with the private manufacturer, EIL, and they have been able to cap the price of the product so that it is affordable in these target populations, where purchasing power indeed is low. So it doesn't make a lot of business sense for somebody to produce for a community with a low purchasing power. But when you look at the volumes, the Kadogo economy, it makes sense. So just making sure that you're able to align these particular objectives. The second bit is regular project review and iteration is critical to address implementation of challenges. We started off before COVID. COVID came, we had to look at how we can also address the issue of COVID because it was completely disrupting the project, and this was done successfully. And of course, there's the issue of implementation sometimes can outstrip policy development, especially in research. And so there's need to purposely identify and address policy gaps. For example, when we started out, we were not 100% sure that the conduct of street vendors was well legislated and well organized, and we identified there was a gap, and the county was very ready to develop this particular bill that would ensure that we move forward and we work with the vendors very well. On your right of the screen, you can see there is a picture of a cart which was designed to help these vendors to be able to sell these products in a very hygienic way. So it has areas for preparation of the food. It uses gas so that we're not able to, to use what we would call dirty fuel. Uses solar for purposes of driving the hand wash facility and the lighting. And of course, the economy is going towards 24 hours. So having such a cart has created visibility and gives the community assurance on the products. And then, of course, recognizing, strengthening, and leveraging on local market players, including engaging with local vendors, is very vital to ensure coverage of the product. So while they are still selling, foods that are nutrition poor, you have to engage with them so that at the end of the day, if 40, 50%, 60% can sell nutritious products, then more children can consume healthy products and they can be a bit healthier. Then we are currently reviewing the impact of the project. So for today, I'll not share the results, how much we've improved on the nutrition status. Perhaps in the next symposium, we'll have results that we can share. Otherwise, thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues, for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate him one more time. That was or is it only me that felt very excited about that innovation? Probably because I had some words that I know, like chips muitu. How many of us know chips muitu? How many of us know streetwise? I had street food, then I thought, a lot of us here are guilty of buying streetwise. How many? You know? Yeah, so something very interesting, the PPP, partnership with the private sector. Dr. Edwin, I asked myself, I wish that cart was somewhere, you know, probably with the enriched chapati, if for nothing else, but really thank you so much. The learning continues. Our next presenter, the last for this plenary session, is going to be, we are going to change gear and look to something different. So we are going to have Madam Terry Rotich. Madam Terry Rotich is a legal practitioner with many years of experience. I'm looking for Terry. Oh, yes. Yes. Madam Terry is a legal practitioner. You know who we call learned friends? So this is a learned friend and has been practicing in public and private sectors, but with a tweak on rights-based programming, development, implementation, and management. Maybe probably very right. I know personally we have worked together on a piece of legislation, and we are more than happy to hear her tell us about the Breast Milk Substitutes Act and its regulations. So, karibu sana, Madam Terry. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My name is Terry Rotich, as you heard. I'm a state counsel at the Ministry of Health, and I'm here to present on the overview of the Breast Milk Substitutes Regulation and Control Act 2012 and its regulations, which were recently published. That was in 2021. And so we'll move straight to the presentation. So the Act came into force in October 2012. And as you can see, the Act and the regulations, it's like 10 years since the Act came into force. The enactment of the Act signified Kenya's commitment to adopting the recommendations put forward in the International Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes. Further, and in order to fully realize the objects of the BMS Act, in addressing the challenges of child malnutrition, the Ministry of Health published the Breast Milk Substitutes Regulation and Control General Regulations in 2021. So now we'll focus on the presentation. We look at the overview of the Act, and the Act is broken down into parts. So it has 5 parts. So we have part 1, which focuses on the preliminary. Part 2 is on establishment and functions of the National Committee on Infant and Young Child Feeding. Move to the next slide. Part 3 is on advertisement, promotion, labeling of packages, and educational information materials. Part 4 is on enforcement. Part 5 is miscellaneous. So I'll go to specific parts and just do a brief overview of that part. So part 1, preliminary, is usually the interpretation, the definitions, and maybe you can have even an object of the Act. So the short title of the Act, the interpretation, and the Section 3 talks about the Act binding the government. So we have that the Act recognizes the Codex Alimentarius Commission and the Codex Alimentarius Standard in the interpretation section. Further, the definition of terms covers designated food products, complementary food products, infant formula, follow-up formula, among other definitions. And then Section 3, as I'd said, binds the government. So it makes it mandatory for the government to comply with the Act. We move to Part 2, establishment and functions of the National Committee on Infant and Young Child Feeding. So Section 4 of the Act provides for the establishment of the committee by the Cabinet Secretary for Health. The composition of the committee is as follows. We have the Director of Public Health, who is the chairperson, the Director of Nutrition and Dietetic Services, the Director of the Kenya Bureau of Standards or his representative, the Director of Kenya Medical Research Institute or his representative, the Director of a National Hospital or his representative, the Registrar of the Nursing Council of Kenya or his representative, the Chairperson of the Kenya Pediatric Association or his representative, the Chairperson of an institution representing nutritionists or his representative, A representative nominated by each of the following bodies and appointed by the Cabinet Secretary, private health institutions, non-governmental organizations with national mandate on infant and young child feeding, and then a representative of the PS, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry, for the time being responsible for matters relating to trade, and 2 members with relevant expertise in infant and young child feeding appointed by the Cabinet Secretary. So as you can see, the committee is very, I think this committee is very broad and it is multisectoral. So I need to highlight that the Director of Nutrition and Dietetic Services shall be the Secretary to the committee. The functions of the committee as highlighted in the Act is to advise the Cabinet Secretary on the policy to be adopted in relation to infant and young child nutrition. B, participate in the formulation of and recommend the regulations to be made under this Act. And C, perform any other functions as may from time to time be assigned by the Cabinet Secretary. And so we move to Part 3. Part 3 talks about advertisement, promotion, labeling of packages, and educational and information materials. So Section 6 deals with prohibition on advertisement. So it is prohibited to advertise, and it says specifically that a person shall not advertise or promote to the general public or cause to be advertised or promoted a designated or complementary food product. We move to Section 7, which deals with the powers of the Cabinet Secretary to permit donations or distributions of breast milk substitutes or complementary food products. The same have been prescribed in the regulations. So this one was left to the Cabinet Secretary to prescribe, and we'll come see the regulations that is actually prescribed on how donations will be distributed. Section 8 deals with health workers or proprietors not to accept any gifts from a manufacturer or a distributor of a designated or complementary food product. Section 9 provides for labeling of packages to contain notices, warnings, and necessary information with respect to promotion of breastfeeding and proper use of breast milk substitutes in the words, size, and manner prescribed by the Cabinet Secretary. Again, this has been further prescribed in the regulations. Section 10 deals with educational and information materials to be approved by the Cabinet Secretary. Again, this has been further prescribed in regulations. We move to Part 4. It deals with enforcement by authorized officers and specifically covers the following. So we have appointment of authorized persons, the places authorized persons may enter, the powers of authorized officers, entry of a dwelling place, authority to issue warrant, which it is vested with the High Court, the use of force, that they can use reasonable force, that is if they use the, police and assist the authorized officers. Certificate of analysis, assistance of authorized officers, obstruction of authorized officers, seizure of product, that is the authorized officer is authorized to seize the product, storage and removal of seized product, interference with seized product or thing, restoration of seized product or thing, order for restoration, order for later restoration, and forfeiture of product. So this is covered in the enforcement part in the Act. It is quite detailed, and I will ask that you look, go through the Act. It is in the Kenya Law website. You can just download it and you will find it there. Part 5 deals with miscellaneous, and that is the last part in the Act. It provides for offenses, penalties, regulations, and orders. Specifically, Section 27(1) provides that a person who commits an offense for which no penalty has been specifically provided for shall on conviction be liable to a fine not exceeding 1 million shillings or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or to both. Further, Section 28(1), the Cabinet Secretary may, in consultation with the committee, make regulations generally for the better carrying out of the objects of the Act, and in particular for prescribing A, the wording, size, and manner of notices, warnings, and information required under Section 9, the procedures and requirements under which informational or educational material may be approved under Section 10(3), and any other thing that is required by this Act to be prescribed. So this is the power that the CS has been vested with in making the regulations, and they have to do it in consultation with the committee. I'll move quickly to the overview of the regulations, and I'll highlight that the regulations were published in August of 2021. They're coming into force and on 30th of May 2022, and this is because when we appeared before the Parliament, the industry also requested that we give them time to comply. You'll find that if you look at the parts that are lighted there, it is actually giving specific requirements that you need to comply with. And so they requested you need time to comply with these requirements, and they were given 6 months. So the regulations will come into force on the 30th of May 2021. So there are 3 months almost. So we have part 1, which is preliminary again. Part 2, procedures relating to the use of designated products and prepackaged complementary food. Part 3 is on donations of designated products and prepackaged complementary food. Part 4 is labeling of the designated products. Part 5, interactions between manufacturers, distributors, and health workers. Part 6, information, education, and communication materials. And Part 7 is on enforcement. So Part 1, this part provides for the interpretation. This is a drafting style. All acts of parliament, if you're aware, they have to have this Part 1 interpretation where you give the definition of terms. And so it has guiding principles as well and objects of the regulations. So some of the terms defined under Regulation 2 include cross-promotion, to mean a form of marketing promotion where customers of one product or service are targeted with the promotion of a related product using symbols, coloring, naming, shelf placement, or any other means that implies benefit or suitability. So Regulation 3 provides for the guiding principles, which includes the requirement to ensure that the best interest of an infant and young child is protected. And then the objects of the regulations is to provide under Regulation, this is under Regulation 4, is to guide all persons that use, manufacture, sell, and market breast milk substitutes, and to ensure that all persons understand that breast milk substitutes undermine breastfeeding, and suboptimal breastfeeding is a leading but preventable cause of death and serious illness in infants and young children. And so Part 2 now deals with procedures relating to the use of designated products and prepackaged complementary food. So this part provides for the procedures relating to the use of the designated products and the prepackaged complementary food. So this includes production, sampling, testing, packaging, importation, stocking, use of alternative containers from the original, as well as the issuance of a certificate of analysis for sampled foods. So Regulation 5 specifically provides that designated products and prepackaged complementary foods shall be packaged in accordance with the Act, the relevant written laws such as the Food, Drugs, and Chemical Substances Act, the Public Health Act, the Standards Act, and the Kenya Standards. So all of this have to comply with the relevant laws, and this was it needed to be in the regulations. We move to Part 3 on donations of designated products and prepackaged complementary food. So this part provides for the manner of making donations of the designated products. It includes the requirement to make an application to the committee, restrictions to donations, filing of returns, as well as application by charitable and social institutions and use of donations. So any person who intends to make a donation must apply to the committee in writing. So the person making such donations is prohibited from advertising or publicizing the making of such donations. We move to Part 4, this is 4, on the labeling of the designated products. And Regulation 19, I will highlight that. It provides that a person shall not offer for sale or sell infant formula and follow-up formula unless the container and the label affixed thereto contains the following words, expressed in English or Kiswahili language in bold and conspicuous characters in a prominent position, and in not less than 50% of the size of the largest words on the label in red lettering on white background and not less than 3 millimeters in height, based on the lowercase o, preceded by the warning in capital letters. It looks like a lot. Breast milk is best. Breast milk is ideal for the healthy growth and development of infants and young children. It protects against potentially fatal diarrhea, lung infections, and other illnesses. It is often difficult to resume breastfeeding after beginning to feed your baby breast milk substitutes. This is now going to be in the labels. From 30th May 2022, if you don't see them in your Cerelac, the after meals, the whatever nuns, this is now they are violating the regulations. It needs to be there, that whole sentence that I've read. Yeah, we move to Part 5, interactions between manufacturers, distributors, and health workers. So basically, this is guiding or ensuring that there is ethical interaction between the manufacturers and health workers. So it says Regulation 26 provides that any interactions between a manufacturer or distributor with any health worker shall strictly be limited to creating awareness about scientific and factual matters on designated products and prepackaged complementary food, to providing samples of designated products and prepackaged complementary food for professional evaluation, and to providing samples of designated products and complementary foods for research on the product. So the interactions shall take place in a public venue approved by the committee, pursuant to a decision-making process consistent with the Fair Administrative Actions Act. So part 6 on information, education, and communication materials, it is basically indicating that no person shall publish or cause or permit to be published or distributed any informational or educational or communication material that relates to infant and young child feeding unless approved by the committee. So it is just guiding the information that goes out to the public. And enforcement, this is the last part. We have enforcement through the authorized persons that were appointed under the main act, and it talks about access to breast milk substitutes, seizures, conflict of interest, as well as the imposition of a general penalty and sport fines. So Regulation 42 provides that any person who contravenes any provision of the regulation shall be liable on conviction in accordance with the Act. So remember, the penalty was 1 million. So we left it to that, so that if you contradict what is in the regulations, the penalty will still be the 1 million. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Let's give her another round of applause. Thanks for that overview. She really tried to keep it short. Those 2 documents are quite a mouthful. And I'm telling myself, you may wonder, so why the BMS Act and the regulations? And the answer is, to get it right with feeding, we have to attack it from all angles. So the legislation serves to protect, especially because there is a business twist to this whole feeding. So a very important aspect, and like we have had, the regulations come to effect in the next 3 months, after which we expect to see some action, enforcement, so to speak. So thank you so much, Terry. So we are done with the plenary presentations. We are going to take a 5-minute break, Q&A session. That is only if we have questions. So I want to believe we have questions from the floor. Do we? Does anyone want to ask anything from the 4 presenters? Yes, we do. So I'll ask the presenters kindly to take the front. Jemima, Dr. Edwin, Dr. Abuya, Terry, you're welcome back to the floor. As they do that, our very able MC is going to be roving to deliver the mic to persons who want to ask questions. So we will request that you carry your hand way up clearly so that the MC is able to locate where you're seated. And then we take the question. Kindly, as you ask, you can feel free to mention who it is that you're asking, relating to which presentation. I will also ask that we keep it short because we have another very important session to take. Thank you. So we have someone with the mic. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My question is to mother support group. How can you ensure sustainability? Maybe are they given incentives? Or now, maybe after the program is over, how can you ensure sustainability of the program?
Thank you. Do we take one by one? I guess. So that, I believe, goes to BFCI. Madam Jemima.
Thank you so much. In terms of the mother support groups, what we do is try as much as possible to train them. As we start through the process, they are trained on different aspects, and the objective of the mother support groups is pretty clear. What we are doing is to enhance sustainability is just to provide the linkages to the livelihood projects. So once you link them, then they're able to continue with that. We develop clear monitoring strategies whereby they are monitored over a long period of time, and then when they become self-sustainable and they can stand on their own, then they take through. We've seen mother support groups that are able to run for 3, 4, 5 years with the initiative that started at that point, but considering the main objective as to why you formed the mother support group.
Thank you, thank you. I believe that suffices. Nuria Abdi, that's okay, thank you. Next question.
Hello, thank you. I just want to ask Dr. Edwin a question. Dr. Edwin, you mentioned about working with vendors. This is a very nice approach, taking the 3 Ps. But I want to ask about the role of media and communication. If you bring in the twist of the media, what the media portrays to children. So I've heard you talk about the industry leaders, the business community, but I've not heard you talk about the media and communication, because what goes in the mind of a child when there's an advert, this is something that is really coming out from psychology perspective, that whatever children get from the media is what now derives their agenda going forward. So I would love to know really what role would that be?
Thank you. Edwin?
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose, for that question. In terms of media engagement, what we have limited ourselves to doing is to conduct the radio shows where we are working closely with NMS and the Ministry of Health to bring on board experts to discuss on favorable nutrition practices. And so that's what we are looking at to promote good feeding practices, good nutrition practices. We haven't yet invested in terms of advertising the products for various reasons, because the marketing distribution of the product is at the behest of the private manufacturer. But as a project, we consider MRYCN messaging as a critical intervention, in addition to consuming healthy, nutritious foods, including the snack. In terms of perhaps the effect of advertisement on children, I think one celebration we have is the BMS. Because of the obvious legislation around advertising these particular supplements. And as we move along, we know that there's the Kenya nutrient profile, which recommends the correct composition in terms of the foods, and we hope that at some point these profiles may guide how products are communicated. But again, we are in a free market, and we have to just be keen on, how the advertisement goes. Finally, on media training, we are working very closely with some of the media houses to engage them on how they can portray some of the intervention in, a proper and technical way. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Terry, do you feel like you want to say anything from the regulation?
It's just to highlight that and the regulation, and I think also in the Act, there is prohibition on advertisement. And so that is in contravention of the regulations, and maybe we might need to enforce that very soon.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I knew you have something to say. All right, next.
Good afternoon.
To you.
This is Titus, working with Said Nawir and Disabled Children. I have 2 questions, but one goes to SDF. So I want to understand when we're talking about sustainability of mother-to-mother support groups, we have usually when you look at the admission and exit criteria for mother-to-mother groups. We were saying, for example, mothers, because of the indicators that we need to follow. So in terms of supporting mothers who are in mother-to-mother support groups beyond 2 years, and I've talked about mother-to-mother support groups that existed for up to 5 years. So I wanted to know whether that criteria, the exit criteria, for qualifying to be in a mother-to-mother support group after the ability of the mother-to-mother support groups. And this goes to Edwin Bogwa. It's an interesting presentation, especially when you look at providing nutritious foods in the urban centers and through the street vendors. And I was thinking about the ASAL counties. When we're looking at, for example, from our studies, we've seen that a significant proportion of children, or actually caregivers, do purchase snacks, for example, and nutritious foods to their children. Do you think, for example, this project could work in ASAL counties? We were saying, for example, the caregivers can actually buy nutritious, those foods that have been added value, nutrition value in those counties, instead of saying don't consume this, don't buy this, don't buy this and this. But then we have nutritious foods that are being promoted there. And another question just related to that, there's usually a perception or an attitude around the hygiene of foods that are sold in the streets. So what, for example, social behavior change mechanisms are you putting in place for people to believe that this food is actually safe and they can't consume it? But also knowing that if you're doing it in Nairobi, there are a lot of people who are coming to Nairobi, families, and who are not aware of this project and these foods, and you need to have them, you need to create some demand for those foods. So, and then you're saying your project covers, so even the mass media, you're using the radio, is not reaching the people in other counties. So how do you ensure that those ones are also aware and there's some knowledge about that? Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the question. In terms of sustainability for the mother support groups, yes, I've talked about past 2 years, past 3 years, 5 years. One thing we have to realize that when we bring peers together, they form a bond, they form a relationship that goes beyond the mother support groups. So as they work within the 2 years, as they provide peer support to each other, along the way as we link them to the livelihood projects, then they continue as a group that also supports and plays a key role in mentorship at community level. You find that these mothers are more of influencers, so they're still together and they play a major role influencing the other mothers to be able to participate and practice appropriate MRYCN practices at community level. So as much as they get to 2 years, they still establish that relationship and they still maintain it up to the point whereby as they influence, we use them as peer supporters, we use them as influencers, but they still maintain that relationship and continue because they've already started in it. They have something and objective that they have to achieve as a group, so they continue into it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. Dr. Edwin, kindly try to keep it short. We are running out of time.
Yes, thank you for that question. I think for the ASAL, I just need to clarify that we are currently piloting in Nairobi County, but we have programs in the ASAL And I think the basic principle here is consumer education, and this can be delivered through community health volunteers who are trained on health education and promoting good nutritious practices. And at the end of the day, we have to leave it to the consumer to make a decision on the product they want. And we hope that some of the interventions that we are supporting, and we are working with Ministry of Health, including front of pack labeling, can be able to deliver information to consumers on the type of product that they are consuming, so that they can make an informed decision. In terms of perception of hygiene, that are critical issues. We have supported the vendors with training. We've trained them on hygiene promotion, on food safety. We have also supported the vendors. We've started providing vendors with carts, and this will continue until we achieve a minimum target, so that those carts are very clean, made of industrial grade steel, and you can see for yourself that the food being prepared is safe. We've also trained CHVs on hygiene promotion, so when they go to the house, they are talking about good hygiene practices, good food handling practices, so that they'll start associating, they would know a hygienically prepared food from another. And also another clarification, we are not saying that it's only this product that can change the nutrition status. This is just one of the products that can contribute to that. And therefore, as concerned, we are not promoting it, but we are promoting even other manufacturers who are producing healthy, nutritious products, including insecticide-based powders in the food. So looking at this kind of products and getting that, catalyzing that movement, and we hope that it will inspire other manufacturers to invest more into nutritious products. But of course, we cannot control, we can only guide and hope that this movement will grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are taking only 2 more questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Clive Ayuko. I represent the online news portal called Whistling African. Now, one particular statistic by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is that 30% of the adult female population is composed of single mothers. What can we say about the household income of these particular single mothers? And perhaps a question to the legal counsel. Does your act also provide for the men who are involved in this, siring these children? Does the act also provide for them to actually take part in providing the nutritional value or content for the mother, since the mother has to eat, and from the food, that's where the breast milk comes from? So what can you tell us about the household income of these particular single mothers, and does your act actually provide for men to actually take responsibility? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you. Terry, that's a tough one,
the first
right?
question, I don't think I'm able to answer that. That is a very technical question, and let the panel here maybe answer. But on the second question, I'll take you to the Constitution, and that is on the right of the child. And every child has the right to equal parental responsibility. And this is also further reiterated in the Children's Act. And so that parental responsibility is not just for the mother, but it is both the father and the mother. And however, the BMS Act is an act of parliament to make use, provide for the appropriate marketing of breast milk substitutes and to promote breastfeeding. But it's not really targeting I don't think it's targeting the mothers and the fathers, but it is they are the direct beneficiaries. And so the Act does not really mandate, I'll tell you that, it doesn't mandate a father to complement the nutrition. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we can, on the second part, okay, Dr. Edwin will take.
I may not give you figures. I may direct you to look at the Kenya Continuous Household Economic Survey. There's also an economic survey that was conducted by KNBS in 2020 that can give you the characteristics of the households. What I can say is that the purchasing power for this household is very low. because of the income generating capacity, especially among these female-headed households, and their reliance on casual, inconsistent jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe more of that is likely to come, those kind of discussions. The organizing committee, I am aware, and I see in the program, is going to engage families and parents, and we are going to get to ask those kind of questions. So we continue to learn. Thank you. We taking our last question.
Okay, I have one. My name is Kasim Lupao from Pan-Africa, Kenya, and my question goes to Dr. Edwin Mbugua, and this is related to the Lishe Poa project. You know, when I hear about Lishe Poa, I get excited because at some point, this project was my baby. I know I left when we had just done some formative research and market analysis, but I'm happy to see that they have gone through all the steps and now they have products at the market. Perhaps maybe Dr. Edwin, you can just comment on how the products, I heard you mention about chapatis that are made out of orange flaked sweet potatoes, the ujis and the like. How are the products competing vis-a-vis the other products that are popular but not nutritious that have been there in the market, the likes of KDF and Chipomwitu? Maybe you can just comment on that. And then again, on your learnings, you mentioned about having partnered with a private manufacturer. And you know, for these private people, their motivation is profits. And if I heard you right, you mentioned that there are some incentives that you are offering to these private manufacturers so that they are able to get these products out at an affordable price. And I was just asking myself now, in the absence of that, what happens? Will the manufacturer be able to get these products out there at an affordable price? Because price is a very important factor for the uptake of these products. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Dr. Edwin.
Thank you, Kasim, for that question, and you're welcome. We can finish the project together. In terms of competition, we are actually just starting out to do a market analysis now that the product is in the market for now almost 7 months. So we want to do the psychographics of the consumers to determine who are consuming these particular products and at the price point. In terms of making it competitive, we have been able to meet the price point of those other products, which initially was a hard ask. You know, when you hear nutritious products, you would imagine the cost will be very high. But we've managed to keep the price point, and the chapati is being sold at 10 shillings, which is similar to the other chapatis. And then, of course, in terms of the appeal, we've supported the vendors with the messaging, nutritious messaging around the carts. So they're also able to communicate about the nutritiousness of the product in comparison to other products. And once we do the market analysis, be sure we'll be able to share this because this is something that is of interest to us. At some point, we also want to see the market size, the market, what proportion of the product, of the market the product is taking. In terms of incentives, yes, I mentioned that when we started the engagement, we needed the private manufacturer to meet the kind of production capacity to meet the huge market within the informal settlement. So we started off with a reimbursement mode of payment. For every product they sell, we reimburse them a certain amount of money. And it was initially high so that they can be able to buy their capital equipment, and we have been tapering that off and weaning them off the incentive, so that by the end of the project, It will be the number of products that they are selling that will sustain their interest in that particular market. So we start off at a high, I think we are doing at around 7 shillings, and then tapering that off all the way to about 2 shillings by the end of the project, which means that once the manufacturer is meeting the target, is being able to work within those particular rebates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Edwin. And to all of us, I suspect there may be more questions, but in the interest of time, I request humbly that we keep the others for all the other sessions of engagement that we are going to be having. And if it's super burning, you could walk right up to the person who you have a question towards. So thank you so much. Colleagues, help me appreciate our panelists as they take the... Keep clapping until they are blessed. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very informative. So without much ado, we need to take a very short something break. What is that break again, Mr. MC?
Toilet break.
What? Okay. So we are requesting that we take a very short 5-minute break as we set up for the breakaway rooms. We have just one more session that's about an hour. So I'm humbly requesting that we take the break, allow the hotel to set us up for the breakaway rooms, and we will be back. Our very able MC is going to be ringing that bell. Kindly come in as soon as possible. Meanwhile, I kind of forgot that we have online audience. I don't know if from the screen anybody had their hands up and wanted to ask. They could type their questions and we can continue to engage. Over to you, JC.
Just a house rule. Kindly pack your bags because we'll be breaking away for later on. So pack your bags. You'll just come back here after 5 minutes stringly. Okay, I'm being asked 10. So let's do it 7 if that's fine. Okay, 10 it is. So roughly 10 minutes or so, you'll come back to this same rule. We'll have petitioned it and we'll give you direction thereafter. So kindly, if you can keep time, keep it brief. And for our online viewers, keep the questions coming.
Watch one. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that they know there will be 3 rooms from this.
I just mentioned and you come and that to
Satellite station.
On the south one.
As we pack up our bags and take the break, one more point of guidance. We are going to have the 3 different breakaway rooms. If you look in your timetable, we have 3 different rooms. So based on what area you want to attend, you're going to be guided in terms of the names of the rooms. They are going to be labeled. Our MC has further instructions?
Yes, I do. So as you come back, For those who want to attend that breakaway session that will be involving exclusive breastfeeding, touching on that, you'll be right here in the center. It will be called Amboseli. I hope that's clear. On that side, that will be the Savo side, in case you want to talk about issues to do with improving complementary feeding through baby-friendly community initiative, especially in Awendo, Migori County. It will be on that side. So as we come back, kindly mind that. On the further side, mind you, these are house rules. On the further side, that will be the Samburu section, if I may call it that way. So in case you want to come back and talk about nurturing care for early childhood and the path to improving maternal, infant, and young children nutrition, and it will be a case of Siaya County, that particular side. So I hope those instructions are a little bit clear.
They are not.
Oh my gosh.
You're supposed to read sorry.
Okay, I am sorry. Okay. Apologies. Quick clarification. Once more, as we move out, kindly listen. I'm making a point of correction. Once we come back, for those organized sessions, as I had mentioned, right in the middle, we will have Samburu. That's the point of correction. At the further side, that will be Savo, and at that side, that will be Amboseli. So at Amboseli, we will be taking a look at how can routine vitamin A supplementation for children 6 to 59 months and how it can be strengthened. This will be by Helen Keller International on that particular side. In the middle, we will be taking a look at utilizing clinical decision making. Quite important in order to improve complementary feeding practices in Kenya. Lishe living will be at the center section. So that's a point of clarification. On the further side, that's the Savo section, we'll take a look at effective SBC modalities of engaging adolescent mothers. That will be by CBCC. So I hope those house rules are in order. In case of any questions, feel free to reach out to any of us. Asante. And please, there's a cup of tea. Kindly enjoy yourselves right outside as we come back.
To be working tea, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be working tea. So in 10, you can come in with your cup of tea as we do the organized sessions. Thank you so much.
Vitamin A ni kule mwisho.
Kama mama bebi, tembelea kliniki ya kutoa ushauri kwa kina mama wajawazito haraka iwezekanavyo. Utajulishwa kuhusu tembe za IFAS, yaani Iron and Folic Acid Supplements. IFAS itakukinga kutokana na anemia, yaani upungufu wa damu mwilini, na kupunguza uwezekano wa kujifungua mtoto mwenye uzani mdogo, na wakati huo kuhifadhi nguvu za mwili wakati wa ujauzito. Anzilisha afya mtoto vyema ili aishi vyema.
Anzilisha ubingwa, anzilisha umaarufu, wape watoto nguzo bora, anzilisha.
Ukianza kunyonyesha ndani ya saa moja baada ya kujifungua, mtoto wako atapata colostrum, ambayo ni maziwa ya kwanza ya rangi ya njano na humsaidia mtoto kutoa kile kinyesi cha kwanza cheusi, na pia huzuia ngozi yake kubadilika na kuwa rangi ya njano. Colostrum ni chanjo ya kwanza ya mwanao. Anza afya ya mtoto vyema ili aishi vyema. Tabia za kiafya toka mwanzo wa ujauzito hadi mtoto afikapo miaka 2 huweka msingi bora wa mafanikio katika siku zijazo.
Anzilisha ubingwa, anzilisha umaarufu, wape watoto nguzo bora,
we used to admit prematures in this room, but now we are not admitting them here. We can only bring a baby here who is sick.
We have what we call extreme prematures. Extreme premature is a baby who is born with less than 1 kilogram, 700 grams, 800 grams. One between 1 and 1.5, then from 1.6 to 2.
The prematures, we nurse them in the kangaroo mother care room. This baby was born with the 800 grams, and per now the baby is doing well, is almost graduate to go home.
Sasa amefikisha 1.72. Karibu anafikisha 1.8 alafu naenda nyumbani.
This one was also 800 grams when she came, but now 1.24.
So extreme premature survival is usually low. But when you get them when they are maybe 1.5 and above, they survive very well.
Every morning we talk to them about the kangaroo mother care, and we have taught them so that when they go home they can tell other community members what they have been doing.
We are leading in maternal health. We are only second to the County General Hospital in terms of deliveries. We are also pioneering in kangaroo mother care. We are actually the leading facility in that service.
Kangaroo care is a method that has been used for many years.
It's all about provision for the right temperature to the babies in the most affordable way.
What kills premature babies is normally lack of warmth, and the mother will provide that warmth that the baby requires.
Since not all facilities will be able to provide incubators at any given time, or you may even have the incubators but there is no power, so that's why we opted for the cheaper way, that is making use of this approach of kangaroo mothers.
So you get the baby and you put on the skin of the mother. The mother then puts on her normal clothes with the baby wrapped around her body, so that the baby gets the heat from the mother.
We usually demonstrate to the mothers how to tie the kangaroo mother care, so that when we are not there, they tie one another. And some, they go as far as even she can tie like this one. She has known she can tie herself. We tell them to hold these babies gently, then we try to position that the milk may not choke the baby.
And since we are putting this child on her body for 24 hours, there will be no time when this baby will be cold.
When the baby wants to breastfeed, she can now turn and then breastfeed the baby. Like this one now, she wants to breastfeed. The baby can be breastfed when it's just here. They have known how to look for it by itself.
But if it's not able to breastfeed, then the mother can express and feed.
Kama umezaa mtoto kama hajafikisha miezi 9, una make sure umefunika mtoto wako vizuri, alafu tena unamweka kwa mwili, skin kwa skin.
Now that she's the only one who is caring for this baby, we allow them that she can put the baby down, run to take a shower, she can go and wash and then come and take the baby. But they are supposed to, the baby to be there continuous for 24 hours. Or what they are using, sometimes it is intermittent.
An incubator is artificial. Kangaroo mother care is natural. In one way, it's also even helping in the actual attachment to the mother, which is more important in milk letdown, and the other care for the same unit. Unlike for the incubator, there is your sort of distancing the unit from the mother.
Kama mimi ungeka huko na niko na wili, ningepata time, hard time hata kupumzika singepumzika, because huko kuna huyu huko unataka uende unyonyeshe, lakini ukiwa hapa nao usiku, hata ukiwa usiku na mchana ni better. Sasa hivi unaika pia mwenyewe nataka kupumzika, labda kwa hiyo kuchoka.
Hata kama umelala unajua mtoto anapumua, lakini kama umemweka mbali mtoto huwezi jua mtoto anapumua.
When you put too many children together, chances of cross infection is very high. So you end up losing some of the babies. Kangaroo care can help in reducing the cost of care to these babies. Babies can be taken care of in their natural environment, which is at home. There will be minimal cross infection.
We don't have enough staff, but we identified a nurse and one of our subordinate staff to be specifically handling that.
Mama akiingia, tunaweka mtoto kwanza incubator because huwa hajabeba vitu ambavyo vinatakana. Alafu tukisheka kwa incubator tunaanza kumfunza akubaliane na sisi. Awe tu mwenye akili timamu na siwe na ulemavu ambao ama magonjwa ambayo yanaweza adhiri upande wa KMC.
These twins, they are gaining the weight very fast.
Kutarajia nitajifungua kama kilo ziko chini. Sababu ninakuja nikapata kilo ziko chini, lakini kuna vile unaweza weka na grow.
A baby can go home with the 1.8 and in condition that when they go home the mother must know how to care for the baby and must bring one person from home who can help her to take care of the baby.
Mzee alikuwa karibu, alinipea changamoto sana kwa kutunza, na kangaroo mother care ina changamoto kwa sababu kama ingekuwa kangaroo mtoto singekuwa naye. Juu alikuwa anatoshana, nilikuwa napima kwa handkerchief, natandika kule ndani na mweka hapo hivyo kwa hiyo handkerchief. Sasa nilikuanga naona ni kama hata chupa ni kubwa. Kini wakati walinifunza kangaroo nikajua sina hofu sana.
Mara ya kwanza ilikuwa vigumu zaidi. Nilimkataza kwanza, akanielezea, nikafikia vile nilikuwa walielezea matungu, alafu sasa nikasema tu sisi ni watu wa nyumba moja, lazima tusaidiane. Nikaanza sasa kusaidiana tukiendelea mbele sasa. Sasa nikaona tu ni sawa, sasa tuko tu sawa.
Kama niko busy mzee anafunga, masaa asubuhi ananifunga, ikifika saa 3 huko anakuja ananifungua. Jioni akirudi saa 1 pia anafunga, mimi nikishughulika na kazi ya jikoni.
Since we have so many deliveries, then you also expect the related complications. One of them is the preterm deliveries, a complication of pregnancies.
The mother could be sick, and so causing the uterus to expel the baby before its term. 2, there could be a growth in the uterus. 3, it could be bleeding. That the causes of bleeding like placenta previa, abruptio placenta, or the other one could be hypertensive disease of pregnancy.
We are increasing the survival rates of those babies who are born prematurely or the underweights. We are increasing their survival rates at a lower cost.
My first baby I did, it was 1.56 and that baby died. So I was like discouraged, but I pressed on.
Na tulipopoteza tulipata matusi nyingi sana, lakini hatukufa moyo, tulijaribu tena. Na tulipojaribu tena tulianza na uoga, ilibidi tuweke watoto kwa kifua na 1500 grams. Unaona? Lakini like sasa hata watoto wa 600 grams, 800 grams tunaweza funga na wana survive.
Matungu has been exemplary, and the program there has picked very well. If a mother is counseled, she's educated on the benefits, she's taught how to handle the premature baby, mothers are very much willing to embrace this method.
You don't need a lot of investment in operationalizing kangaroo mother care. So it's just a matter of getting the staff on board in those various facilities to be encouraged to start this KMC project in their facilities. That will not cost a lot. It's just a matter of change in attitude and then some minimal support from the administration so that they can be able to start their own.
Kwa sababu ya watoto kuzaliwa kwa uzani wa chini kwa hii sub county, tunapowaona nyinyi mkiendelea kufanya yenye tuliwafunza tunafurahia. Nataka kupata kutoka kwa nyinyi, mulienda nyumbani, mkatuacha hospitali, mmekuja kwa sisi, tunataka kuona vile mnaendelea.
We need to provide this information out there because the mothers who feel that premature babies probably will not survive if this method is applied, but with enough education, they are able to embrace the practice. If a premature is sick, definitely will not advise for kangaroo care. If the premature's problem is just prematurity, that is a candidate for kangaroo care. If there's an underweight child, the child is born with the correct dates, but the weight is not measuring to what the child should be. This child, if it's not sick, can do very well on kangaroo care. But if there's an ailment that we need to take care of, then this child needs nursery care.
Mara tu unapogundua kuwa wewe ni mjamzito, tembelea kliniki karibu nawe ili upewe kijikitabu cha maelezo cha MCH. Kiweke salama na kibebe kila uendapo kliniki. Kisome na jamaa zako kwa sababu kina habari muhimu kuhusu ujauzito, kujifungua na malezi ya mtoto hadi kapo miaka 5. Anza afya ya mtoto vyema ili aishi vyema. Tabia za kiafya toka mwanzo wa ujauzito hadi mtoto afikapo miaka 2 huweka msingi bora wa mafanikio katika siku zijazo.
Anzilisha ubingwa, anzilisha umaarufu, wame watoto nguzo bora, anzilisha.
My name is Abili Nganga, and I am 32 years old. It's not been easy. I went through the primary school with a lot of difficulties. As I am told by my parents, we were turned away when they were looking for school because kids with my condition were not being accepted in school. I had a lot of difficulties because I could get pressure sores. I was wet all the time. Kids didn't want to be near me, and I had a lot of difficulties adjusting to that life. I was born with a condition called spina bifida.
It means that when the baby was developing in the womb of the mother, the spinal cord did not form like it should. The spinal cord begins as a flat sheet of tissue. And normally, that flat sheet folds over and becomes a tube. But in spina bifida, in one area, sometimes over the ribs, sometimes down low, it just stays flat. So the brain and spinal cord, they work down to that point, and the nerves from there down to the legs work, but there's no connection between the spinal cord and the nerves.
So this is like a small place. Spina bifida in a way has its problems because for one, I cannot tell when I want to empty my bladder.
They need to put a catheter, a small tube, up into the bladder about every 3 or 4 hours to drain the urine. If you don't do that, the urine goes back up into the kidneys, enlarges the kidneys and damages them. Right now there's no way to fix it so that we can help them to urinate on their own.
I use a catheter size 14 to empty my bladder, and I normally change the catheter monthly when somebody pinches me, I cannot tell, or I do not have sensation from the knee downwards. So I get a lot of wounds whenever I walk barefooted. When I sit for long, I get a lot of back pains. So I avoid sitting for long. And sometimes when it is too cold, also my feet get very, very cold.
I'm 20 years old and this is my first child. I delivered on 18th March at Rachonyo District Hospital, Amabay County.
The delivery was not all that well. She went under CS. They operated. When they removed the baby, they found that there was a given growth behind. They wrote for us that the child was suffering from spina bifida, but we were not aware of such kind of diseases. I thought that just something which you can just go, you operate, and the baby be well. When we came here, we were told that maybe that child will not walk again.
Just hope that she's treated well.
Maybe the kid got this thing because the mother was lacking some blood. She had a little blood. Because they told us the disease can be also caused by lack of blood in the body system.
There's two things that are related to spina bifida here in Kenya. The first one is the mothers never take folic acid before they get pregnant. And if they take folic acid after that, it does not help. Now there's one other thing in Kenya that increases the chance of spina bifida, and that is maize. Maize. And the kind of fungus that gets onto the maize is terrible. It produces a chemical called fumonisin. And that chemical, fumonisin, prevents the spinal cord from folding over into a tube. And so they have two problems. One is they do not take folic acid, and the second one is they eat maize that has mold on it.
We have been having a gap, I would say, in terms of recording specifically the number of spina bifida cases that we are having or encountering through our health facilities. Many of them are recorded under the category of other, and other has got so many other categories, so it is a challenge to be able to tease out from the national HMIS which ones are spina bifida. But going into individual health facilities, then one can be able to see the caseloads that were received.
And last year, we admitted 249 children. So that's like one new baby with spina bifida, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every week, all year long. So it's 12 to 1,300 operations, okay? And about 250 of those are spina bifida. The amount of spina bifida that we see here in Kenya is, it may be the highest in the world. The only place I know that is similar is the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Delhi, India. I mean, they have, I think, six pediatric neurosurgeons, and people come from, all over India, which has 1 billion people, 1 billion, right? We have 42 million, but we have at least as many as they do, and maybe more.
Yes.
Vitamin A is which one?
Vitamin A amboseli. Vitamin A is right there.
The middle room or the...
That's the amboseli room, the middle room.
Yes.
At the farthest side, that side is adolescent mothers. On the farthest, yeah.
I want to go to that one.
Okay. Yes.
I don't know where to go.
Okay, which one are you trying to go to? There's vitamin A supplementation, which is right in the middle. You use that door. Ya hapa ni adolescent mothers. Modalities of engaging adolescent mothers here. And on the farthest side on your right, ni saidia decision making tools to improve complementary practices.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it depends
Where I want to go.
where you want to go.
Oh, okay.
That's why we sort of broke out the sessions. So it depends whether adolescent mothers, vitamin A supplementation.
Let me go for this one.
Okay, it's right in the middle. Yeah. Yes, use that one.
So this one is which one?
It's the
Adolescents.
adolescents, the one in the vitamin A. In your vitamin A. Unataka adolescents? Farthest side. This
Clinical.
Clinical, this one. Utilizing clinical decision tools. Mwisho. Kule. Yeah. You're looking for a room? Which room? If I may? Okay. Katikati, in the middle is vitamin A supplementation.
Na huko chini?
Tumeyo entrance. Kule mwisho, on the right, ndo clinical decision making tools. Kule mwisho ni vitamin A supplementation.
Oh, mwisho. Kuna mwisho huko?
Kuna ile mlango pale.
Na adolescent nutrition ni wapi?
Adolescent?
Nutrition. Nikane?
Ni left. Hiyo ndo unaongelea.
Ya mwisho.
Ya mwisho, adolescent nutrition.
Kasim. Huku ni clinical.
Clinical mwisho kabisa.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon or is it
Yes.
evening? Good afternoon once again. How are you? Okay, are you ready? We can start? Thank you and welcome for this session.
Haya.
I'm waiting for the presentation.
Hey guys, just heads up, the other sessions are.
Yes? Yes? There's no presentation.
In this conference, you know, she's quite behind the whole of this arrangement that we have here from UNICEF, and we really appreciate your role and also the knowledge that you're coming to share with us in this group here, in this panel. So Laura is a nutrition specialist working with UNICEF Kenya, leading the maternal, infant and young child and adolescent nutrition. Most of you may have interacted with her in one or another. She holds a Master's of Science degree on nutrition from UOM, and prior to her current work, Laura of course worked with the Ministry of Health. That's her passion, and her passion is in system strengthening. I know that as much as your MIYC. And so welcome, clap for Laura again. Thank you.
I'm waiting for the
Excellent.
presentation.
And Christine
Ameweka.
McKenna. Christine McKenna is the Senior Programs Officer in charge of adolescent health and nutrition at NI, Nutrition International. She has over 10 years of experience.
Okay, thanks and welcome for this session. So today we are talking about vitamin A supplementation, and there's one main question we want to ask this session. For the time, we were slotted 1 hour and a half, but we'll see how short we can make it, because I know most of us we are starting thinking about traffic in Nairobi and all that. But the main question we want to answer in this session is, how can routine vitamin A supplementation coverage for children 6 to 59 months be strengthened and sustained in Kenya? Yes, that's a main question. How can routine vitamin A supplementation coverage for children 6 to 59 months be strengthened and sustained in Kenya? So, so in this session, I'm not going to present alone. We are a number of facilitators. And I think I want to ask them to come up front so we can facilitate a few sessions. And we'll also just have a few slides just to give a background of vitamin A and why we're discussing this topic. Why did we come up with this topic, and really why is it necessary at this point? Yeah, just as the facilitators prepare, I'll just take us through. And okay, this session we are going to present together with, we have panelists. First, my name is Frida Mutea from Helen Keller International, and my role in Helen Keller International is to coordinate health and nutrition program at the national level. And also we have Elijah Mbiti from Nutrition International will be joining us. Elijah is the Senior Program Officer at Nutrition International. We have Cicely Matu, who will be joining us. Cicely is a nutrition specialist in UNICEF and in charge of policy, advocacy, micronutrients, yes, and micronutrients. And then we have Esther Njeri. Esther Njeri is a vitamin A supplementation program manager at Helen Keller International. And then Oscar Kambona, Oscar is the County Nutrition and Dietetics Health Related Policy Coordinator as well at Siaya County. And also we'll have Julia Rotich, who is the Program Manager, Division of Nutrition and Dietetics. They will be joining us up front just in a short while. And as they prepare, I am going to give just a short background of vitamin A supplementation in Kenya. And remember, the main question we are asking is, how can we sustain, or rather, how can we strengthen vitamin A supplementation and strengthen and sustain it, and especially the coverage that we've been able to achieve at the moment. So I will, next slide. Okay, yeah, you can see the next slide is, I'm going to just give a background of why vitamin A supplementation for 6 to 59 months children, what delivery channels we are using for vitamin A supplementation, and then what is the current status of vitamin A supplementation in Kenya. And we'll have some questions we'll be thinking about in this session. And I can see we have 69 participants online. Welcome, and please, if you have questions as we proceed, just put them on the chat, and we will also be able to respond to those questions as well. So, why vitamin A supplementation? Why are we talking about vitamin A supplementation in Kenya? Please move the next slide. First, because World Health Organization recommends vitamin A supplementation to children who are 6 to 59 months. We know that pretty well, and especially where vitamin A deficiency is a public health problem. And we know in Kenya, vitamin A deficiency is still a public health problem. We are not yet out of the woods. We are still there. So that is why vitamin A supplementation is recommended in this country. And beyond that, we have the Ministry of Health in Kenya, who have also recommended VAS as a universal intervention for all children aged 6 to 59 months. And we have a policy. You know, we have the policy in the country which also recommends vitamin A supplementation for every child who is 6 to 59 months, at least once in 6 months. And also, one of the reasons why vitamin A supplementation is still a need in this country, it is because children are not consuming adequate foods that are rich in vitamin A. We are not yet there where we are able to give all the children in every part of this country foods that are rich in vitamin A. So it still becomes an issue because vitamin A deficiency then kicks in if we are not able to give children that food which is rich in vitamin A. We know, next slide, we know that vitamin A also, it's a saver. Look at that child who is receiving vitamin A capsule, a beautiful child there. That capsule, that liquid that is going in that mouth is a saver. It's a lifesaver. It saves a child from mortality and also from morbidity to up to 24% reduction in overall risk of death. Also, it reduces incidences of death due to diarrhea by 12%. It also reduces incidences of diarrhea up to 15%, and also reduces incidences of measles by up to 50%. So that's how important vitamin A supplementation is. Next slide. But then, vitamin A supplementation is not the only way we know that mitigates vitamin A deficiencies. We know there are other measures, and I think there's a lot of discussion at the moment in this symposium that will go on around all these mitigation measures. Dietary diversity, as I've already mentioned, we are not yet there in terms of vitamin A, in terms of consuming foods that are rich in vitamin A. We are not yet there. So that is what dietary diversity is something that also it's a mitigation measure for vitamin A deficiency. We have food fortification, we have biofortification, and we have nutrition education and counseling. Those are other measures that we use to mitigate vitamin A deficiencies. But today we are talking about vitamin A supplementation, which is one of them. And maybe you can move to the next slide. Yeah, and now talking about vitamin A supplementation as a measure to mitigate vitamin A deficiency, and with the background that it is a recommendation for every child 6 to 59 months to receive VAS. Where are we? The big question is right now is where are we in terms of VAS, in terms of vitamin A supplementation in this country, in Kenya. So we know, and as you've seen from the policy, there are a number of delivery approaches. One of them is health facilities. Children are given vitamin A capsules, or rather supplements, at the health facilities. They are also given through campaigns and Malezi Bora. That is also one of the delivery channel that is well described in the policy. And the other one is community units. Children are given vitamin E through the community units, and also outreaches and ECDs is another channel. So we have these channels that are very well described in our policy. But are we well consuming them? I think this is something that we'll also engage our discussion in terms of routine. If we look at all these delivery channels, which one works best for you? Which one is more impactful? Which one do you think is more impactful? How do you rate all of them? Do you utilize all of them? It's an important question that we should also be asking ourselves. And if you look at the data, if you look at the data, the DHIS, even researches that we've done some post-event coverage survey after Malezi Bora. We normally do, like in Helen Keller International, we've done a post-event coverage survey to show really how did Malezi Bora event work. And also we look at, from evaluation reports, we've looked at how are we performing in terms of vitamin A supplementation. So what we've noted is that routine, and I'm sure this one you will also agree with me, routine vitamin A supplementation through health facilities is normally low. Because here we normally look at children, they are brought here to the health facilities at 6 months, they receive vitamin A supplementation. At 12, when they're coming for other immunizations, they also receive vitamin A supplements. But after that, parents have no time to bring children again for growth monitoring, for, to receive vitamin A supplements. So that is why we realize by March, before Malezi Bora, by May, before Malezi Bora is done, we are always low in terms of our coverage. If you look at the DHIS, we are always at 20% in the counties, or if more, it's like 30%. We are not yet, we are normally at 20% coverage for that particular semester. But you see, When we do Malezi Bora, we are doing well. When now we bring in Malezi Bora events through ECDs, and we work through ECDs, we're able now to shoot our coverage to actually get to even to up to 80%, 90%, even 100%. With some counties are actually getting to 100%. So what we are seeing in this slide here is that Malezi Bora events, they account for actually 80% or even more, or slightly less of the coverage every semester. But routine accounts for way less. If you only rely on routine, we are not able to get there. So we have to rely really much on Malezi Bora. And this is from the experience that we have. Most of us can attest to this. But now, the big question we should also be asking, because we are looking at strengthening, we're also looking at sustainability. The big question is also we're asking, we know Malezi Bora is quite intensive resource-wise, because we know most of the counties are supported by partners, so meaning we actually rely on donor funding. So what would happen if the donor funding is phased out, or rather it's reduced, or we know now donor funding is shrinking? What will happen? I think it's also a question that needs to go back in our minds. How do we sustain this coverage? In our counties, we know right now we are doing well. Some counties we are doing well, others we are not for other reasons. But especially nationally, we are doing well. How do we sustain that? Especially when the donor funding is phased out. Okay, that's a question that should ring in our mind. And then maybe next slide. Next slide is about where we are in terms of the coverage. We know we should at least be at 80% coverage for vitamin A supplementation. And we are there. Look at how we've been advancing. Look, from 2018, we were at 64%. 2019, we went up. Now we've been going up. Now we are at, by 2021 last year, the annual coverage was at 86%. We should be able to clap for ourselves. We are really doing well. We are at 86%. And this is really thumbs up to us, right? We are always happy. I know vitamin A supplementation, when some counties have not done well, others are doing well, you don't feel so well. When your coverage is at 30% and someone else is 100%. So it's something we always strive. And I know we've really been doing well in terms of all this. Until now, nationally, we are now at 86%. Okay? Really doing well. We should clap for ourselves. Now, next slide. Next slide is, actually I'm just ending this conversation here now because I want us to ask ourselves now, how can the present positive VAS coverage be sustained? We are doing pretty well now at 6%. How can we sustain it? Especially we know a lot of things are happening, especially donor funding is phasing out. But how can we sustain it? Okay? How can we sustain it? Sometimes we've seen, for instance, let me just mention Helen Keller has been supporting 11 counties. Most of them perform really well. What if Helen Keller phased out? What do we need to do such that when that time comes, when maybe donor funding is phased out, we can still strengthen, we can still sustain this good coverage that we have? Okay? Those are some of the questions that we need to ask. Also, what do we need to do? It's not only about funding, it's about what capacities, what do we need to do? So what do we need? At the end of this session, what we are asking ourselves is how can we sustain and strengthen this coverage, or rather strengthen and effectively and our vitamin A supplementation with or without donor funding, okay, in our counties. That is what we're asking. So that is just a background I was giving for this presentation, for this topic that we are discussing today. And at this point, I'll just invite the panelists who are here. We have some panelists virtually. We have others who are here. Please come forward so that we can also be able to respond to a few questions from our experiences and from what we do on a day-to-day basis. So we see how do we respond to these questions about sustaining VAS. Okay. So we have we have Oscar with us, we have Vesta, so we have Julia, who is online. I hope she's online. Julia, Rotich. We also have Cecily Matu from UNICEF. She should be online. And then we have Elijah, and we have 5 panelists who will be able to respond to a few questions that we're going to ask. And then we're going to open this discussion to you so that we also contribute to this topic that we're discussing. Okay, so I'll just go straight to Julia. Hope, Julia, you can hear me. I'll just go straight to the question. And the question for you is, Julia, as you note, guys, maybe I'll just allow Julia maybe to make sure that we are together. Just say hi and just tell us, just in a minute, tell us what you do, what is your, in the vitamin A supplementation space, what is your role? Please, Julia, just in a minute, tell us your role in vitamin A supplementation.
Okay, thank you so much, Frida. Good afternoon to all participants, or good evening. I suppose you can hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as introduced earlier by Frida, I coordinate the micronutrient deficiency prevention and control program at the Division of Nutrition and Dietetics. So vitamin A is one of the most important micronutrients that focused on, and not alone, of course, with the partners and the team that you can see in front, and some of us who are also online. Thank you. Over to you, Frida.
Thank you so much, Julia. Julia, please tell us now, how would you describe the policy environment for vitamin A supplementation? How has it been interpreted and also implemented across the counties? Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Frida, for your question concerning the policy for vitamin A. Now, we have the policy guideline for preventive vitamin A supplementation for children 6 to 59 months in the country. So that was done in 2017 and disseminated in the whole country. So the policy is in place, and what I would say about it is that together with the policy, we also have the harmonized training package. There was really countrywide sensitization concerning the policy, also through the training packages. We train the TOTs, we train actually basically the whole country through the county CHMT, at least for members from the CHMT. We also have indicators. We have indicators and tools that captures data on vitamin A supplementation. So this ranges from the registers or through to the summary tools, and this is also finally reflected in the KHIS, which helps us to analyze and come up with the vast coverage, as Frida has mentioned. We also have the Kenya Nutrition Action Plan, the mother of the nutrition interventions, the major strategy in the country. So within the KRA, micronutrient deficiency prevention and control, we have so much also focusing on interventions to be put in place to be able to address the vitamin A deficiency in the country. And just to mention a little bit on that, we have from the previous KNMS, we have serious vitamin A deficiency in the country, rendering the deficiency actually to be of public health significance, as has been mentioned. And just to give you a little bit of data on that, when we look at children 12 to 23 months, the vitamin A deficiency was at 12.7%. And we recorded the highest with children from 24 to 35 months, that is 2 years, up to 3 years, thereabouts, slightly above 50%, that is 54.8%. So those are the children that really were noted to have very high vitamin A deficiencies. We also have other programs. We have healthy diets. We have other line ministries also focusing on dietary diversity, as been mentioned in the previous sessions in the morning and the afternoon session. So just to mention on the policy environment, we have other sectors involved. We also have on board social protection that actually looks at the socioeconomic factors. We have the Ministry of Education. When you look at the approaches that were mentioned, we have the early childhood development centers being one of the approaches used to be able to get to these children within that particular age bracket. So when you also look at the treasury, where there's also money implications, there is cost implications, and as ministry we have a budget. It may not be sufficient, but we already have some money set aside to be able to carry out micronutrient deficiency interventions, among other nutrition factors or practices as well. Now that's on the environment. When you look at interpretation, the children we are really targeting here are 6 to 59 months. But we have two groups. The target groups now are 6 to 11 that receives a dosage of 100,000 international units of vitamin A, and then 12 to 59 months who are receiving the dosage of 200,000 international units. These are oral they are orally administered. That is the capsules, which are actually in the gelatin capsules, and they're taken every after 6 months. So the administration does not necessarily mean that the child should take with meals or any other condition, but they are taken anytime. And then also the delivery approaches mentioned, we have the routine, which now we have interest in strengthening. From the data given by Frida, we can see very few children actually being visiting the facilities or being taken to the facilities for supplementation. We also have other strategies that all in all will channel their data to the health facilities, which of course we have campaigns, and the famous Malesibora, it's DAP Malesibora, where we have acceleration of vitamin A supplementation. Then we have the community units, the community health units, outreaches, ECDs, and at some point we also were able to do household, which falls within the community units. And then when it comes to implementation, we have the catchment population feeding their data into the health facilities. And as I said about Malesibora and Malesibora, where we have acceleration of vitamin A supplementation, this is now where we come in touch with the children and ensure that the target population or every child that deserves should be actually given. So vitamin A rich foods are one of the other strategies that are being encouraged, whether from plant or animal sources. And also, when it comes to implementation, we also cannot fail to give out the information that there is need to use oil during preparation of the food. So we have other strategies that were mentioned. I may not go deep into that, but we have other approaches or mitigation measures as put by Frida. Now, concerning what more needs to be done on the policy environment, we have heard from the acting DG about the importance of embracing UHC through the public health public health care. So we are bringing in integration. We are integrating with other sectors. We are integrating with other divisions. We are actually looking at the multi-sectoral approach, which has actually improved generally the nutrition status of the target groups. Now, for this case, for example, recently we thought of integrating vitamin A supplementation with the deworming, which actually had a gap, so that you can have the same target groups within the same age bracket being addressed at one go. And this would actually go along in saving the limited resources. And then also we have this need to do capacity development, which has been done, but needs actually to be done more, because the previous capacity development was done intensively in the year 2017. And from what we know, there has been high staff turnover and other changes also within the various counties. So there is need to do more knowledge awareness among the officers who are carrying out the supplementation and other interventions towards promoting
Thank you, Julia.
or increasing uptake of vitamin A. So I finally maybe it's also about the researches. What needs to be done is we need to have more researches. We have one of them like the PEX survey, but we'd also like to engage the academia and other sectors so that we have current information on how the various strategies are being utilized. And then, of course, we have some data, as someone talked about structuring the data. We really need to play around with the data that we already have so that we can be able to create a more amicable or more friendly environment to be able to implement what we have in the policy. So up to that point, over to you, Frida.
Thank you so much, Julia. You've been able to elaborate more on the policy, and you've also been able to tell us what more needs to be done. You've touched on, doing capacity development, integration, and we'll be able, multi-sector approach and a bit more on research. We'll be able still to, I think this will still come out as we continue with the discussion. So we've heard a lot on terms of policy, what is there, what has been provided for us, what environment looks like. Now, I'd want us to move to implementation. I'll move to Oscar. Oscar who has quite large experiences, wide experiences implementing vitamin E supplementation. And I want to hear from him really, what is the most effective vitamin A delivery approaches? Like we have already, described them, which they are delivery approaches that we use. But now, what is the most, according to you, Oscar, what is your most, what do you think is the most effective vitamin A delivery approach? And what has been the successes? What has been the success factors and challenges you've encountered in your county as you implement vitamin A supplementation? Just so you'll give us some, describe just how maybe this works in your county in terms of implementation versus delivery approaches, and also the challenges you've been encountering. And currently, maybe just to combine, currently I know you're really performing well, your county is performing well in terms of VAS. So how would you also sustain that? Just, if maybe the factors that are there currently, the funding situation that is available right now is not available, from external contributors. How would that go for you to make sure you sustain that coverage? And maybe in only 5 minutes, just in 5 minutes, if you're able to describe, that scenario. Over to you, Oscar. You want to come in?
Good evening. Thanks a lot, Madam Farida, for the opportunity and for the questions. Just to introduce myself, my name is Oscar Kambona. I coordinate nutrition and dietetics in the county government of Siaya. In the same county government of Siaya, I got the privilege of coordinating all health-related policies. Now, the very first question, which is the most effective channel? And I want to answer it this way, that in my county, this is the profile. We just have 980,000 population, meaning that I'm only looking for 27,000 children who are under 5. Now, these children, I'm looking for them in 30 wards, and in these 30 wards, they have 250,000 households. Now, in the county government of Siaya, we have 2,128 CHVs, like termites, everywhere. And then in the 30 wards, we have the community units, 221. So if I communicate to that system, rest assured that within 1 hour, all households, in a way or the other, at least 80% will receive the information. So one way is capitalizing on the community health services. I'm separating it from strategy. It's capitalizing on community health services. Now, a little bit of experience. Combine community health services, combine with the other line department, and this in particular, I'm making reference to education. My counterpart is seated there. Just a summary of this in terms of education. We have 86,000 school-going children under ECD, meaning that if Mwalimu there opens for me the gate, I will have reached between 60 to 70% of my children that I need through two systems, the health workers guided by the CHV. So that's another very important line item. 700 ECDs can be reached within 3 to 5 days. Now, I combine community health services, I combine with the other stakeholders, in this sense, other line departments, education involved, I've already reached my 90%. Facility as a delivery channel for particularly routine gives me between 10 to 15%. So meaning that if I capitalize, or let me put it in this way, because I'll mention issues related to resources. If I put CHS, Community Health Services, plus other line department within the county as my capitation, then I'm good to go in terms of almost getting into sustainability. So what has been the success factors in getting the almost 100%? Or in other words, in reaching out to 107,000 children, 6 to 59, with a vitamin A, and in this case, in Siaya, we are combining it with the deworming. Number one, under the policy space, now I'll drop the word policy and come because of the county, it still applies, but under the strategic space that we have in terms of documentation, vitamin A as an intervention is included in the program-based budgeting which the county or the government is applying. Two, vitamin A as an intervention has been included as part of the child survival and incorporated into this document. One, the county integrated development plan. Two, the health services strategic plan. Three, annual, that is the CHMT level or the county level, county health annual work plan. Four, we have the county nutrition action plan. And lastly, this particular intervention is captured in section 25, 27 of the County Health Services Act, meaning that in terms of that space, we have already capitalized on that. Now, other success factor that we encounter when down there at the county level is establishment of the technical working group to almost all levels, but in our case, we've limited it to the sub-county and the county level. Now, Helen Keller is supporting us, and that's so far for the last, our routine, accelerated routine implementation, that was the only partner there. So this established simple structures of between 10 to 11 health workers at the MH office, incorporated with the MedSoup of that's largest facility, becomes like a thinking tank for the sub-county. And then the little or the much support that we get, not the little, this is a much support that we get from Helen Keller, then is incorporated into this setup and shared and facilitate the reach out or the in-reach towards vitamin A activity. Now, the other space that we've capitalized on is the creation of awareness. There's awareness creation, and this is how we do it. We have our termites on the ground, 2,128 CHVs. They only need a memo, and they have an MOU on how they're supposed to work. they reach out to the households that they have already mapped. So within a span of 1 week, the information is already at home. Vitamin A plus deworming is coming. Either take your child to the facility to allow your child to be reached through schools, or when there is an outreach, let us access your household. So awareness creation through that channel is very effective, and it's almost a cost-free because the community focal person has a WhatsApp for the all focal persons. The CHVs, they also have a forum. And in this case, probably CI is unique because almost to 90% of the CHVs have a smartphone, and they're doing reporting based also on the same. So that's also an opportunity that when we just put a memo through the MOH and through the respective unit heads, then that information reaches out to the mother. Now that scales here to another level. We don't only talk about coverage, we are also talking about the intake of vitamin A, and we are using the MOH guideline through the support of our Helen Keller here to do a training to CHV and also healthcare workers, so that when they are talking to the household members, they are talking facts. In terms of sustainability, allow me to say this. Allow me to say the contribution of the county government. In the county government, if you establish the CHS system, now that's one of the shortest routes to follow. Look at it this way. We already have a bill for them. We are paying our CHVs 3,000 shillings. Times 2128, that's around 79,000. We are paying for them the NHIF for 2128, that gives you 12 million, a total of almost 90 million that the county government has already invested there. So the diminishing space between the stakeholders, I put it in a positive note that yes, it's widened and it requires more, but in case that one do not jump into that space as soon as yesterday, then the county can still significantly influence the high coverage. It has the potential to significantly influence the high coverage, especially through the use of up to the level and in compliance with the policy, the CHA, to the bare minimum, because there's also a way of cascading it. So in terms of other sustainability is that the county cannot allocate any single cent if that particular activity is not captured in any of the strategic document, the ones that are already mentioned. But more so, you stand a better chance if it's already been legislated. So with the CIA, we took the advantage of the political support and the executive support to include nutrition as part of the main legislations of the county. And that puts us on the road of sustainability. Thanks, and over to you, Madam Farida.
Thank you so much, Oscar. And well, listening to Oscar has been able to mention so much and real experiences that what is happening in Siaya County. And he's talked about even delivery channels that they're using. And I just want to take note of the community health services, working with the network of the community units. I think that is what he's talking about, which can enable him cover, all those number of children is mentioned there, using, of course, ECDAs. But then I have noted in his last point, he's talking about, how community health volunteers in Siaya are well taken care of. They are paid incentives. They are paid NHIF. I don't know whether that is the same scenario in other counties. Okay? At least they are taken care of. The county has invested in their community health services. How about other counties? How about other counties where the government is not paying incentives, it's not paying, it's not paying also maybe NHIF to motivate them? How are capacities of community health volunteers? How adequate, how well, are they placed to give vitamin A supplementation to the children, to give vitamin A supplements to the children safely, because also we are very keen on safe, making sure they're giving vitamin A at the right time to the right eligible child Is that happening? So that is something we can also have at the back of our mind. But just before we ponder on all that, I just want to go to Cecily. I hope Cecily, you're there. Please, you will tell us a little bit about your role in vitamin A supplementation, what to do, but also respond to the question that we have actually seen the coverage increase over years, the coverage for VAS increasing over years. And of course, currently we are now at 86%. And then definitely there are factors, there are many things, Oscar has been able to mention a few from the experience in Siaya County, what has contributed to this increase. But also we take note of the shrinkage, that donor funding is shrinking. Donor funding is shrinking, it's a reality, and it's something we need to think about. Now, how can we sustain with this, all this, donor funding shrinking and all these needs? The community volunteers need to be, to be motivated for them to do this. They need to be capacitated. You still need to maintain our coverage. How can we maintain our coverage when, there are all these things that are happening, this changing scenario that we have seen? Scenario is changing. It's the reality that we need to embrace, but how can we maintain the coverage, the good coverage that we have, without going back? But then there's a time we were at 20%, without going there, without going to 40%, retaining the 80% because we know its value. How can we still get there with the changing situation? Over to you, Cecily, please.
Yeah, many thanks, Frida, and good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Cecily Matu. I work as a nutrition specialist with UNICEF Kenya. I support policy work, advocacy, and micronutrients programming work. Indeed, I think today is a happy day for us to have a session where we can engage more in detail on what is it we can do to have the positive results that we've achieved in Kenya sustained or maintained over the years, because we know at the moment there is quite a lot of it that is a lot of partner supported or partner driven. So in response to your question, Frida, I think one of the key things that we need to do for sustained VAS results is we need to ensure that we are doing good or strategic planning for vitamin A supplementation. And also, as mentioned by Oscar, like in the case of Siaya, we can learn a lesson there, is to ensure that we are enshrining this within legal frameworks in the country. Because what that then means, regardless the changes that we see every year in leadership, then we can still have VAS as a priority item. So enshrining them in legal frameworks, enshrining VAS in legal frameworks, but also strategically planning for it. When I talk about strategic planning, here I'm thinking about the policy environment for vitamin A supplementation. So as Julia mentioned, in the case of Kenya, I think we are doing well in that case because we do have a revised VAS policy in place, and this has really guided and helped us to achieve good results, and it will also help us sustain the same. Now, the other good thing is that our present policy also allowed for adaptability of the VAS program. It basically demonstrated that VAS program is an agile and resilient program, because during COVID, given the provision that exists in the policy for the delivery of VAS through other channels other than just the routine facilities, including ECDs, the use of community units, and in this case, community units, we are including community health workers and also the CHUs who work hand in hand. We were able, even in the midst of the COVID pandemic, to still actually improve our VAS coverage. So in that sense, the policy is a very key document and indeed paves the way for sustainability of the results. Then the other thing is to ensure that we have strategies, plans of action, and also training packages in place, as mentioned by Julia. And I think what this does for us is that in a systematic way, we are able to engage all the key stakeholders, be they community level people or decision makers on VAS agenda. The other thing we need to do as a country is we continue strengthening the partnerships for VAS delivery. And here when we talk about partnerships, we are talking about the partners who are supporting the VAS program, both financially and technically, but also delivery of the same. We are also talking about partnerships with government and also partnerships with the health system and also the communities in question. So all these three bodies, that is the communities, the government and VAS partners, all have to work in collaboration if we have to sustain the results that we've gained in VAS. The other key one in beyond the partnership with the health system is to support meaningful integration of VAS into the existing health system. And under this, we are saying it is ensuring that VAS is integrated in all ways. For example, you had Oscar clearly mention in the case of Siaya, they have a team at the health system management level that discusses VAS and makes strategic decisions for the county. Now, that is one level of the health system. Beyond that, we have the community health workers. Have we integrated VAS clearly as we ought to? All other systems, also working with other systems like the education system, I think if we can better integrate, that will help us sustain results. Then, importantly, we have to seek political support and public financing for VAS delivery. And in this case, public financing, we are saying it is government-supported financing for VAS delivery. Because we know what we put in as partners is really peanuts, but government has a lot of money, which is more sustainable and can help sustain results. So let's bring in our political leaders, let them speak to VAS and let them finance the same. Then we also need to do effective and regular monitoring and evaluation of VAS actions. And the reason why we have to do this is because we learn from that process and we then improve and plan on how best to improve the program. And this goes for the routine monitoring processes, that is improving the KHIS, for example, to help us report on VAS results. But more importantly, when it comes to surveys and the national level surveys, the KDHSs, we have to make sure that VAS is included. And glad as a country, I think we are moving in the right direction in that area, but certainly there are areas of improvement that we can work on, especially when it comes to the reporting of VAS data. I think that is a key gap that we have as a country. Then we also need to ensure that we have adequate human resource with needed capacity for VAS delivery, because we know the health workers can only do this much. So, and a point of advocacy at county levels to ensure that the human resource for nutritionists continues to be a key agenda, and it's something they continue to contribute to. Then we have to ensure the adequate capacities or understanding among communities and caregivers on the importance of VAS. And this basically speaks to capacity building on VAS. Caretakers need to understand, why is VAS important? Why is it that even after the measles vaccine of 9 months, I still need to come back to the health facility? Now, an important point is continued improvement of the coordination of VAS program activities. And under this, I think we found it very useful at national level to have the VAS task force, which basically consists of all key agencies supporting VAS. And under this, one key thing that we do on a biannual basis is that we do develop a matrix on how each partner, the number of counties they are going to support financially and technically to deliver VAS at the beginning of this semester of VAS delivery. This we have found it very useful because it allows for transparency and to also ensure that all the 47 counties, even in situations where no partner is working there, they've somehow ended up getting support. And as Frida mentioned, the levels of support vary between the number of counties for HKI, NI, and UNICEF, they vary. Now, the other key one as a coordination mechanism is the Micronutrients Technical Working Group, and this is the group that really holds the team accountable for VAS results. On a monthly basis, we monitor and discuss this at national level, and when things are not looking up, then certainly we reach out to the various county nutrition coordinators. And then above, and most important, is the fact that we need to sustain a good supply chain of the vitamin A capsules, because without the capsules, then we can't achieve the coverage. Now, to do this, it means we need to continue improving our supply chain. We also have to improve the monitoring of those capsules, and moving forward, I think this is something we really need to work on as a country, and counting on all stakeholders and all county teams to really help support with that. Thank you very much, and handing it back to you, Frida. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cecily. You've covered wide in terms of really what are the successes, what has contributed to this. And really all the way looking at, HR issues, looking at capacity building, coordination that is in place, commodities themselves. I think, yes, there's so much. Thank you so much. I still want to recognize our community, our online community. It's really in place. We still have over 60 people listening to this, following this conversation, and there are quite good questions still coming up from this, from the online community, and partly questions around vitamin A delivery channels. Around, can we make it clear, should really community health volunteers give vitamin A or not? Because the Community Health Bill 2020 takes note that the role of community volunteers is to mobilize, to refer, and to provide education. So should we really have community health volunteers giving, or rather administering vitamin A supplementation? That is a question that is coming from our online team. Also, someone, Joseph, is also mentioning that we have strategies in place to ensure vitamin A supplementation is, can we have strategies in place to ensure vitamin A supplementation is more routine and not a campaign? Have we made our vitamin A supplementation now to be a campaign? Remember, and I know those who have been following and really interested in vitamin A supplementation, we have been trying to get rid of campaigns and just accelerate our routine, and not really a campaign. But are we going back to campaign? Are we now doing, vitamin A supplementation as a campaign? Are we back there? That's a question. That's something also we need to look at. I hope participants, you will be contributing to that, and our panelists, and also what are the best practices we should be carrying forward from here. That is something that we need to think through as we address our main question, and we are actually online with what we want to address today. And also, someone wants really a clear direction. Should CHV give vitamin A, administer vitamin A? Yeah, that is being repeated. I think it's been, it has been it's a lion in the house that we should at least be able to discuss. What do we think about these questions that are coming? So just as we think about all this, I want Elijah from Nutrition International to also tell us a little bit about some of the models they have been applying in the county to ensure sustainability of vitamin A supplementation along with other nutrition interventions. Over to you, Elijah. Can you tell us what NI is doing, just shortly, briefly, to advocate for domestic funding for nutrition, and what the successes of this model look like? And also, maybe you could cover, do you think these models that you're applying are actually promising and sustainable? Over to you, Elijah.
Yeah, thank you, Frida, and good evening, colleagues online and those that are at Safari Park. Happy to have a conversation with you this evening. And thank you, Frida, for this opportunity to articulate. So what I will be speaking to is NI's experience in domestic resource mobilization. So I'll limit myself to that. And those that know is that Nutrition International was formerly a micronutrient initiative, and it focused mainly on micronutrients, and vitamin A is one of the oldest programs there. Back in Kenya is that we have supported this alongside other partners, vitamin A supplementation for many years. In the process of this, then we realized some of the key challenges that are coming. One is the campaign type of vitamin A supplementation, which we all agree with. Two is that most of the funding is external to the government. And therefore it means that it is partner driven, and this becomes a risk to the sustainability of vitamin A programming in the country. And cognizant of this fact, then NI embarked on a journey to try and find some of the ways that we could be able to increase domestic funds from our various governments at county and national level. And so this journey has been for a while now, because the idea was initiated in 2016. And the aim is to mobilize adequate resources for what we call low-cost, high-impact nutrition interventions in the country. And so far, I would like to say that we are directly working with 11 counties on this domestic resource mobilization model. And out of this, then we've been able to raise over 800 million directly for nutrition intervention in those counties. This money has been raised on one-to-one partnership agreement with the county governments. And the aim is, as we go along, then NI decreases the support, the portion that they are contributing to this agreement, while the county continues to increase until finally we are able to phase this out. So having said this as a background, what is it that we are seeing in this model in those counties that we are supporting? Number one is one of the key successes is that we've been able to embed vitamin A into key strategic documents within the county, like the CNAP. It's covered at one of the key KRAs. Well, in many cases, it is under the KRA on micronutrients. Two is that integration, as has been articulated earlier, in the key MIYCN platform on programs. And so because of this kind of integration, then we are able to create a synergy in the vitamin A supplementation programming. Three is that we have, through this advocacy, managed to create a budget code for nutrition. Those that are in the government know that if a program does not have a budget code, then you cannot directly budget for it. And so in the 11 counties, nutrition is one of the programs with a budget code, and therefore it means that when the county is budgeting, then nutrition can directly get funds. What we found at the beginning is that it was very difficult to find the money that is allocated for nutrition. Actually, there wasn't. We were trying to do a baseline, and it was really difficult to really isolate and say, this is the money that the county has set aside for nutrition. But now with the budget code, that this has now been very possible. Now, the other approach is that we have changed the approach from a donor-recipient relationship to a partnership relationship. With the partnership relationship, then both partners are directly accountable. And what we are doing is a results-based kind of implementation so that we hold each other accountable in terms of the results. And so it's a system strengthening approach where we are able to work with the county, build the capacity of the county, as we build the capacity of NI as well. And so this is kind of a model that builds the capacity and the ownership. And therefore, because this model now seeks to avail funds for nutrition, then vitamin A has been well articulated into this. And so with the success of this model, now we are actually ending the second year, then what we have seen is that funds have continuously been available for vitamin A programming. And therefore, this model, we find it replicable, we find it sustainable, it can be scaled up in other counties. And once we are able to do this, then we are able to ensure that we have funds sufficient for nutrition activities. Good to mention that when we went to some of these counties, the performance was really low, but none of the counties now is below 90%. To ring-fence this kind of investment, then we are also working on nutrition bills, policy bills at the various counties, and that therefore means that even with a change of governments, then this will still be secure, and any government that comes into power should be able to allocate funds to nutrition. And this has been our experience. It now therefore means that the county has the flexibility to plan with the funds, not as donors, but as funds that have been availed between the county and the partner. Over to you, Frida.
Thank you so much, Elijah. That is very, very interesting. And partners here, we are also listening to see what also we could, are there, models we could also borrow, something that can also work just to, as part of advocacy to, work in the counties. But well, thank you, very well articulated. Relationship, making each other accountable. Like Elijah is talking about, embedding VAS in county strategies, just like Oscar had talked about, and as well as, partnership with the county in that every person, every party is able to contribute to the kitty, to the resources. So that's really great, and happy to learn that it's a model that is working, and we are happy to continue learning how that's continuing to work, and also to learn from experience from the counties that are here about that model. Now, I just want to move to Esther and Zeri, and from Helen Keller. Just Esther, please tell us, because one of the things Helen Keller International has been doing is to advocate for integration of services. Not doing vitamin A supplementation alone, but integrating other services like deworming, maybe capacities, even eye health in some counties. Now, I don't know, because, and this is majorly because of the logistical, making the services cost effective. We know the power of integration. Where you would have gone just to give a child deworming, you will go and give that child deworming and vitamin A together instead of going there twice. So there's also health benefits if you combine the two services, plus other services that can be combined. Maybe just learning from Esther today, what has this integration been like, and what more can be done to ensure we are actually integrating services, because I know there's now a lot of preaching around integrate the services because of the benefits that integration brings logistically, health-wise, and also the opportunity, saving time, and doing just also saving time for those parents, for those households that we would have keep going, so that they can also attend to other things, all that. Esther, please give us some experiences around integration, and is this something that we need to sustain and move it even forward, or rather advocate more? Over to you, Esther.
Thank you, Frida. Good evening, everyone on the floor. Please say hi. Thank you. We are together online. Also, I say hi. Even though I don't see you, I know we are together in this. Why are we integrating vitamin A supplementation with deworming? First of all, in the morning, Madam Veronica told us that vitamin A deficiency is at 6% and the marginal vitamin A deficiency around 33%. We also have a study done in Kenya by Spamida and others, and from the research they found out that the soil transmitted health means are at 40%. So what we find is that these two conditions coexist. When you find a child who has vitamin A deficiency, there's a likelihood that this child also has the soil transmitted health means. And the children who have these conditions are mostly the preschoolers. So why we're integrating this is to ensure that this child, we solve these two challenges with one stone. So as we supplement vitamin A to this child, if they still have the soil transmitted helminths, it means that these worms will still eat up all the nutrients that we are trying to boost in this child, and we will be doing zero work. So we ensure that we give this child the supplement, and we also give them something to prevent this supplement from being wasted. So we improve the efficacy of the absorption and utilization of the vitamin A supplement in this child. And then once we combine these two interventions, they are cost effective for us because we will only need to see this child once at the health facility or either or through the other delivery channels at home, at school, and all that other places. So we'll only need to send either one CHV or one health worker to give this child the supplement. Another reason why we are integrating is because for vitamin A, we target children 6 to 59 months. And then for deworming, from children from 12 months up to 5 years and above, they also receive deworming through the school deworming program. So it's the same cohort that we are targeting. So why would we want to use resources to target a child with vitamin A and then use a different set of resources to target the same child for deworming? So I want to give you one of the success that we've had with this integration. So I'll give you an example of one county that we started supporting for vitamin A supplementation last year, that is Kirinyaga County. So when we started last semester, we had a planning meeting and we discussed and we said we would integrate vitamin A and deworming in all the delivery channels. But the unfortunate thing is that there were not enough dewormers in the county. So we ended up having a very good coverage of vitamin A, over 80%. But at the end of the semester, through all channels, the health facility, even through the acceleration during Malezi Bora, deworming remained at 30%. So when we went back, we had a discussion with the county, with the sub-county, with the other stakeholders. And we showed the results from all the sub-counties. And everyone was appalled that the only challenge, there was enough money to go to reach all the children, but the only challenge was that we did not have dewormers. And the county heads were very quick. They took that up, and the pharmacist was instructed to include dewormers in their next consignment of the essential drugs, and that was done. From July to December, when we were doing now the next planning phase, the county had enough tablets. And right now, if you go to even the KHIS, you can check their performance of the dewormers. It's over 80%. So as vitamin A is recording 80%, deworming is recording 80%. And it was only a simple thing of advocating for this with the right people. So these are some of the things that we are trying to advocate as Helen Keller to see that we are not only improving one intervention, we are improving all the interventions that focus on a child as a whole. So what we do is ensure that in all our conversations, wherever we go, as we talk about vitamin A, we also talk about deworming, so that it's a platform that we have, even though our donors mostly support us for vitamin A. So the other thing that we want to integrate is now, we were comparing the routine vitamin A for 6 to 11 months and the measles, which is at 9 months. And we found out that in most of our counties, the routine before we did the Malezi Bora, it was around 60%, and yet measles was performing it around 70–80%. So we were wondering, how comes these same children are the ones targeted for measles and for vitamin A 6 to 11, and yet they get more of them get measles, and a few of them get vitamin A. So this has also now contributed now to the discussions now we are having with the counties and also the health workers, so that they can see the missed opportunities that these children are facing. So I'll stop there for now, and because I know you guys have a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. The power of integration. I'm sure we are together on this. And now, I think we've talked a lot, and we've learned already from the panelists, and I would want to open the floor to the participants. Edgar, I can see your hand is up. Yes, let's talk about vitamin A supplementation. How can we strengthen it and make it sustainable? Sustain even the coverage we have right now. And also, let's respond to the elephant in the room. how do we deliver, administer vitamin A? I think we can also respond to the questions from the panelists. I'm not able now to see other questions because my laptop have shut, but yes, I'll allow. Yes, Edgar, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Frida, and thank you, the panelists. I think the conversation has been really key. I'm Edgar Okoth. I work for Nutrition International. I also coordinate Scaling Up Nutrition Civil Society Alliance here in Kenya. And for me, really, I really love the conversation, but I just want to look at it in terms of forward-looking, because I know the question has been, how then do we sustain the supplementation? But we all know that vitamin A supplementation is really critical where the deficiency is a public health concern, and where the vitamin A supplementation coverage is low, less than 15% or that, thereabout. However, for Kenya, our supplementation now has gone to 86% and is rising. So for me right now is question number one, for how long do we need to sustain this? Or do we need to sustain this to infinity? And then secondly, and this probably will go directly to Julia, what is the graduation plan that we have in place? Because we are aware that apart from supplementation, I think what we are interested in is vitamin A intake. Yeah? So what is the graduation plan that probably the government has? And thirdly, is do we need to start having the conversation of vitamin A supplementation, or now start having the conversation of vitamin A intake? Because I'm not sure whether the government has allocated enough resources to be able to purchase the capsules themselves, but also to have the logistic arrangement to distribute this to the county, because I'm aware that the vitamin A supplementation is still a national program. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Edgar, for the question. Maybe can we have another question? That question, Julia, prepare to respond to that question. Yes, please, my brother, introduce yourself and then go ahead with your question.
My name is Dr. Murie from West Pokot County. Thank you very much for the presentations. This goes to Oscar. Our experience is that many a times when we are setting up the CHS structures, partners look at the issue of recruitment of CHVs, their training on basic package, and then this is followed up by the technical packages, which, for example, BFCI is one of them. But now for us who are at the operational level, we appreciate that it takes more than just setting up the structure, because the delivery of services primarily is really through household visits and the empowering of community health assistants to be able to monitor and mentor the CHVs to deliver this. And then the other high impact area of investment under CHS is the community-based health information system. This is basically the household registration, which is supposed to be done twice a year. And now when we talk about BFCI, there is the issue of mother-to-mother support groups and the targeted household visits. So beyond the 90 or so million that Siaya County is putting in, I don't know whether you can comment on their contributions, on the contribution of Siaya County in the operationalization of the CHS as it were. Because if you do not invest in the day-to-day, the monthly CHV meetings, where they'll be looking at their data, be it vitamin A, etc., you don't invest on routine or quarterly support supervision at the community level, which usually is more expensive than facility-based, which we've historically done, then you are not going anywhere. Maybe you can comment on this and if there are any best practices, share as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. for that question to Oscar. Maybe I will take one more question.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. My name is Loch David. I'm a nutritionist, County Government of Migori. Now, mine is not rather a question, but it's a concern because I'm in this field, and in fact, I understand it as well. One of the concerns which I'm raising is the management of the supplies. I don't know what are the measures which are put in place to address this concern. Especially, we only get to have the supplies towards the Malezi Bora campaigns. But in routine vitamin A supplementation, especially the 6 to 11 months, that's the 100 IU, it is, in most cases, is out of stock. Then another concern which I'm raising is the documentation aspect of vitamin A. In fact, the routine vitamin A, one of the major challenges is documentation. You find a nurse documenting polio, but is issuing vitamin A, but is nimesahau. So what are the measures which you are putting in place to at least address the two? The third is there is this vitamin A which is rounded in shape. In fact, sometimes KEMSA do issue us with the same, and it's very difficult to supplement. So I don't know, will there be a forum where you can share this with those who are manufacturing the same, such that they give us the vitamin A, the service providers, which is very easy to supplement. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe before we go to the next level, let me allow the responses to these questions. Julia, there are quite some questions, and if you can also comment on the Oluwa's question around supplies, that would still be great. Please go ahead with your questions. And then maybe before Julia, you come in, you could also, okay, yes, Oscar, question. Oscar, you have a question to respond to? Then Julia, maybe two of you can respond to the questions that are asked, and then we can take another round. And I would wish someone also to comment on the question around supplementation. How, and thank a lot for your question, because if we are really addressing routine supplementation, then how are we addressing the issue of if we really want to strengthen routine supplementation, how are we addressing the commodities so that we have a commodities which will also strengthen? With that is, we have commodities throughout for routine at the health facilities. Maybe Julia, take the questions you can, and then Oscar will also take one of the questions on the county.
Thank you so much, Frida.
Yes, thanks. Go ahead. Go ahead, Julia.
Questions? Hello?
Yes, Julia.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those very good questions. First of all, I would like to address the issue of the sustainability from Edgar. He was asking for how long. I think because we all know that the micronutrient deficiency is of public health significance so far, as WHO does the 6 regions, does the kind of researches they do within the 6 regions. So what I can say is that this is going to be required for as long as we have that deficiency among the population. So we have evidence-based researches which are done from time to time. So the only time we can say that we're going to stop supplementation is when the population of various regions globally have been found to be taking sufficient vitamin A-rich food, or even generally micronutrients as a whole. So for now, we are working on the survey which was done in the country, as we expect the next survey probably this year. This means we continue supplementing. And at the same time, of course, advocating for other interventions. And then you're asking about the graduation plan and also the vast intake. I'm going to put these questions together. All these 2 questions, we would like to see what the government is doing towards increasing this uptake and maybe the role it can take as well. So this is a question that requires resource allocation to be able to consistently increase income. At the moment, of course, we all know much of the support is from partners. But when you look at what the government is providing, it has the personnel, it has the systems in place, it has the structures, it has the policies. We have the policies by the government. So I can say we have still so much done by the government, but still what I can say now is about maybe recruiting more technical officers, because when you look at the ratio, the norms, the HR norms, we still have a lot of gaps in terms of the patient or the consumer and the healthcare worker ratio. So this is one of the important aspects that the government will also take in place, and it varies from county to county, especially now after we've had devolution. And recently we had routine data quality assessments which were done in selected counties, and the report will be out soon, and that will also be able to advise us on how data or documentation goes on in the country, the challenges, the best practices, and also any other measures or recommendations that can be put in place. The other thing maybe I could mention about that needs to be done continuously or until to give updates concerning vast uptake is research. This need to do research either from the academia, even by any other key stakeholders who have interest in vitamin A supplementation among the population. So we need current data, to be able to guide and give information on how we are performing. And then concerning the management of supplies from Oluoch, yeah, it's really concerning that we have stocks. You said 6 to 11 months, that's 100,000 international units, capsules being out of stock. Every semester we have requests made to the CMCs together with the template to be filled based on the county populations. So if there's the commodities out of stock, probably the right population is not for that particular target or cohort is not given. So I think for your case now, maybe that you say it comes from Migori, you may have to really look at that. It's not common in many counties, but it's good that you brought it up so that the population for that particular cohort can be looked into and the right requirements requested. And then, yeah, about documentation, you mentioned that it's easy to document other vaccines like polio, but not VAS. VAS is also an antigen, very important, and it's also, a child cannot be considered to be fully vaccinated if he or she has not received at least a dose of vitamin A. Now, this is a point of concern, and this can be addressed through continuous education, knowledge creation by the healthcare providers. And we had done this earlier on with support from our partners, and I remember, and UNICEF, where we did training in the whole country, actually the 47 counties. And when we were picking the community, the CHMT, we were really keen in picking county nursing officer, county nutritionist, county health records person, and the community health strategic focal person. So the gap could be now in sensitizing the staff that are working under this CHMT, the strong CHMT group. So yeah, and maybe also something to do with attitude, behavior, which can still be addressed through sensitization. So having had this strong team, the 4 CHMT members being trained, then they should be able to address the issue of, can I say, neglect or abandoning documentation of one intervention and not the other. And then for rounded, thank you.
Thank you so much,
And
Julia.
then, yeah, just a minute, I have not finished. I've got some interruption a little bit. So, and then concerning the rounded vitamin A capsules, we have specifications for the preventive vitamin A capsules. And those are the ones that we've already received, the red ones of 200,000 international units. Of course, they have a teat where it can be able to point in the child's mouth, and then the national units, they have a teat. So I think the rounded ones could have been ordered by the pharmacist and specifically for therapeutic purposes. So some of them could, yeah, most like those ones could have been ordered by the pharmacist, and they have a different purpose of being therapeutic.
Thank you.
In nature, and I suspect those are the ones that look golden in color. So that is it, unless there is any other clarification that is required. Over to you, Frida.
Thank you, Julia. Because of time, I think we have to really be brief just to respond to this. Just to say about Migori, I also note, as we discuss some of the questions, we may not complete everything here. It's something that we'll take forward. And I know some of us partners who are supporting these counties will also be picking some of like capacity gaps that are there with the counties as we continue implementing, but also these are, some of issues that we are picking as gaps that we need to continue addressing. And yes, for graduation, just to add on the graduation issue of, VAS, I know it is a global issue, like it's something that is being discussed around, and there's also KNMS that we expect, that we also need updated data in terms of where we are in terms of vitamin A deficiencies. So I think there's so much that we can discuss around that. But I think the bottom line of it is VAS intake. Very important. We don't, that is something we need to continue emphasizing. So Oscar, please, for the question, and then we see whether we still have time for more questions.
Thanks a lot. The first response goes to the online question that came and made reference to the Community Health Services Act of 2020. Allow me to make the remarks based on the preamble, and I further link it up with the object of the Act. Combine the two, the Act allows the community health volunteers to participate in preventive related issues. Now, based on that, you'll realize that already some department or unit, the Division of Adolescent and Child Health, are in the process of piloting whether there is a possibility of treatment of pneumonia at the community. The same from national, using the same clauses, herein refer to the sections under the community roles, the community health volunteers roles, like the malaria, are the CHVs not using the RDTs for malaria testing, but doing a synergy between the normal system and the community-based. Now, linking up with Dr. from West Pokot, I want to appreciate the fact that the programs come on the ground, but it's not taking cognizance of the fact that that system has a reporting system. And we superimpose a reporting on them, and you end up missing having the issues of documentation along the way. So that is just to reinforce point number one, the acts at the national level, which we have also customized it at the county level. In our instance, we captured it in Section 18, Section 19, and Section 23, and the issues of the roles of the CHVs. But it has not come out for vitamin A. Why? The policy is still in place. That's very candid. Two, why, if you want to put an evidence to that, go to the definition of the CHV kits. You will get the IFAS there, you will get MWAC there, you will get the warming tablets there, but not vitamin A. So it means that it's still a policy, and national is actually guiding us still on that. Now, in terms of my brother here, Edgar, I want to appreciate one thing. Do any literature review on VAS, you realize that come to the context of Kenya, we don't have any data on intake. But we have data of so many programming, fortification, biodiversity, and all that. Now, with that, the last data that we had is KNMS 2011, but only measured the serum levels. And again, just put it at the county level, national level, I mean. Counties are not there. So what do I imply here? If we reach the point whereby our VAS activities will be based on the VAD coverage, then we shall be ready to graduate. Go to the elementary metabolism of vitamin A. Other books are saying that it can only stay in your system for 3 to 4 months. As we are doing biannual supplementation after every 6 months. So we are only hopeful that what we are consuming is protecting us for that 1 to 2 months so that we become vitamin A adequate. But how sure are we? SANS need to prove that. So for us, I think Julia needs to take it over. The VAD, the intake vis-a-vis the coverage should be actually be dictated by the VAD prevalences in the county. But it's them to probably provide the data. In terms of, again, Dr. You had mentioned establishment of the CHS. It's not as I stand here and I say there shall be a community unit and there shall be 10 CHVs. It's a whole process that must be backed by political backing. In this sense, I gave just a little budget for CIA of 90 million. But how much do we get as a allocation for health? How much do we get as an allocation for health? 1.2 to 1.7 billion. Now, 80% goes to my salary, and you have to promote me every year. So what am I remaining with? Less than 400,000. Now, in terms of health products and technologies, we require 700,000. So where do you take the rest of the money? You struggle with the health products. So it means that we still, that space of resource focus need to still be filled. So even though you're talking of the sustainability mode, yes, they are on the paper. And probably you'll buy in from my counterpart from Nutrition International, who said that they are in the strategic document, but the money is not flowing. Almost all the counties have vitamin A or nutrition in all their key legislative documents and strategic documents, but now getting that money, getting that allocation is already a challenge. So I would have wished if wishes were horses, then we have like a 15-year transit plan if wishes were horses. So that year 1, the county takes 0.1. You provide 99%. Now, this is, I've not talked about the elementary budget of the CHVs, 90 million. Now put it aside. I've not talked about the commodities that are also coming with it, including the other 16 units within the county. So sustainability, yes, it also needs a support in itself, so that when the political class, like for this year come, the next year, the next financial year, we have a new team. Nutrition may not be a priority. Another thing will be a priority. For them to stabilize and prioritize this intervention takes almost another 1 or 2 more years. Now, at that, Atieno on the ground, who is just 11 months old, will we let her suffer? So yes, there's a need for us to critically think about it. Yes, we are critically thinking about it, but don't leave our hands so soon. In terms of VAS rounds and the element of campaign, if you are very keen with my presentation or in a response, I never said campaign. I said accelerated routine. influenced by the following factors. We'll get supply in April, which is almost 100% of our requirement. In this case, I'll get 107,000 capsules of vitamin A. They'll add me around 10% from within or still from national. So around 110,000 capsules. Now I must reach 100% of my children within the span of 1 month. So what is the stock balance? Nothing. So go to the KHIS, the month of, if I reported in May, or if I reported in June, then July will read 0, August will read 0, September will read 0, then October again read 0, then November I get a supply, October I get a supply, and I have to maximize. So the maximization mentality makes everything to appear like it's is a campaign. If this is hypothetical, I get 30% of my supply in quarter 1, another 30% in quarter 2, another 30%, 50% in quarter 1, or I distribute 25, 25, 25, and I make sure each quarter I must reach this particular number of children. Now, that mathematics will give you a graph that is almost as you want it in the name of routine. But again, other factors influence issues of commodity, procurement, and supplies, which I think Julia has also mentioned. So that's why probably we'll still remain with that kind of approach, but it is now, we call it accelerated. Because I have 100% of my requirement, I have another 107,000 children to reach and get that. The other factor that also make me behave that way is the indicator definition. What is the indicator definition of vitamin A? A child twice supplemented with vitamin. Now let me be smart. Children 6 to 59 old, a month old, twice supplemented with vitamin A. Are we together? So meaning that I need to accomplish the part 1, semester 1. I also need to accomplish semester 2 so that I fulfill the meaning of the what? The indicator. I don't know whether, Dr. from West Pokot, I don't know whether I responded to the other bit. Thanks a lot. And online colleague, I don't know whether I also responded, but because we are not able to check on that, that's fine. But I will appreciate if you can be able to read the entire act and then link the entire act, because it has been formulated in the spirit of universal health coverage. Then it makes it a little bit simpler for you to understand. But as regards the use of CHV, that's still a policy. Thanks for your keen listening.
Wow, thank you so much. I know we had another round of questions. There were more hands. I don't know. Okay. And I'm not able to access my own online community. I don't know whether there's still more questions from them. But yes, please, I don't want to lock you out. Maybe just ask your question, my sister. You, Janet. Yourself, yes, please. Yes.
To supplement the children 6 to 11. Now, when you go to the peripheral facilities, you find the health workers, they are tallying under the 6 to 11 like they have been given the blue capsules. But when you go to now the commodities, you find there's a big shortage of the 200,000 international units. So we are wondering, how are we supposed to capture the 200,000 that is being used for the 6 to 11 and also the wastages? How are we supposed to capture them and how are we supposed to report them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe what I would say is that Nutrition International, I know Heleji would have mentioned this, Nutrition International is carrying out an assessment on commodities, just looking at commodities in terms of all these issues you're talking about, in terms of how are they being, how do we order them, are we doing forecasting, how are they being utilized, what is the wastage levels. I think all these things we are able to respond to them. Really, we may not address this fully right now. I know we take it as a gap that needs to be looked at and to be addressed. So I think that is something we need to touch base on, and I especially make use of the consultant who is on board to be able to help us be able to get some of those, understand some of those gaps, and what we need, give us clear recommendations in terms of what we need to do with our commodities. Unless if my panelists, maybe Cecilia or Oscar, Cecilia or Elijah, did you want to give any update on that? Are you still there?
Elijah. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead, Elijah.
I would like to say that the shortage of the 100,000 international units capsules is a factor of gaps in forecasting. The reason being is that the number of capsules that come as a request from the counties is the number of capsules that are brought into the country. So that basically means that if you got it wrong in your forecasting and your requests, then it means you're going to have a shortage. Otherwise, in the real circumstances, we should not be having a shortage of any of the capsules, because whatever we request, this is what we get. I want to also speak to the question of the late arrival of the capsules. I know Cicely would speak to this as well. We have had for a number of years some challenge where our request for the capsules does not tally with our reporting, such that now our reporting indicates that we still have a lot of capsules that have not been utilized, but in real sense, it has been an issue of reporting. And therefore, it created that impression from our global level that we still have capsules when we actually did not have. The issue is being addressed, and this is it also meant that we were to receive capsules by semester. But currently, we have an approval for the whole year, so this kind of delay is going to ease. And then finally, the supply chain assessment is also going to unearth some of the challenges that we are facing. Thank you, Frida.
Thank you so much. I think we need to wind up. I know we cannot complete this within a day, within the 1 hour and a half that we were allocated. It's a discussion, we see there's a need, it's a discussion that needs to be continued. And we hope we'll get another opportunity to continue with this discussion. But just as a take home, a few things for us is, and by the way, all these things, we are still looking at how can we sustain, how can we strengthen routine vitamin A supplementation and sustain even the coverage that we have at the moment. And all the issues that we are discussing here affect the sustainability that we're talking about. Okay, so it's a long discussion, but what I've just picked is that we have gaps in terms of, especially policy. We need to really be clear on, as we can see, at the counties, community health volunteers are implementing. They are giving vitamin A supplementation through community units, through community strategy. We are using community volunteers to distribute, or rather to deliver, to administer vitamin A supplementation. But we know in terms of the policies, and especially, the community kitty does not have vitamin A capsules. Yes, that is something to ponder on. Also, the community health bill 2020 does not really include community volunteers as distributors for vitamin A, administrators for vitamin A. So what do we need to do? Do we need to provide more evidence that we can actually, community volunteers have been doing this, evidence is already there. So there's something there, we need to harmonize this harmonization that is lacking so that we can clear this. We need to agree that there's some bit of harmonization that we need. So we need to talk to all of us together as stakeholders on this. But what we know is community health volunteers are actually contributing a lot to the great coverage that we are celebrating at the moment. The other thing is around capacity issues and around commodities, around documentation. We have capacity. We need to address the capacity gaps that we have. That one has come out from this discussion, and it is something that we need to continue addressing. That comes along with sustainability. And as my brother Oscar is saying, this transition will take some time. My prayer and my wish is that as we continue supporting the partners, the donors continue supporting vitamin A supplementation, let's embed a strong advocacy component. Okay, for how long? And that particular period, that length of time, what do we need to do such that when this is phased out, we are able to sustain this coverage that we're talking about. So advocacy is very key, and we need to be very clear in terms of the steps we need to take. What do we need to do? And these discussions will continue with these discussions that will help us get there. Yeah. So we've seen even resources, the counties. Yes, we have all these in our strategies as the counties. We have vitamin A quite well incorporated in the strategies, but financing part of it, it's something we need to work on. We borrow models that are working, and that is why we are also listening to what NI is doing, the integration that we are doing, and many more. So it is a learning process, and that's why I'm saying we cannot complete everything here in this session, but it will be a continued discussion. But overall, I think we have learned from all of us. And yeah, I think if you agree with me, we just close this session here because time is not on our end. Thank you for your patience. We are not taking it for granted to listen and to have this conversation. So thank you so much. And let's continue with this conversation whenever we have an opportunity in our counties, even in small discussions throughout this symposium period. We'll be here. Let's continue discussing on some of these issues. And from here also we have some gaps that we can even address through research, more research to do in terms of to find out what needs to be done. So and this is something we'll continue doing. Just before we wind up, I've just got an announcement from the planners that if you are a session planner, if you're a session lead for tomorrow and also Thursday, please meet with the team outside. The other session chairs are meeting somewhere outside, so you'll be able to meet with them so you can get some guidance. So thank you very much. Let's give a loud of applause to all of us and to our online community team. Please, let's give a loud of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you those who are online, who've been online, listening and contributing to this. Thank you, and we've really taken your comments. Thank you so much, and bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, all.
Go Harry. Bye.
Thank you, and well done, Frida.
Thank you, Cecily. Thank you, panelists. Really appreciate it.
Kudos, Frida.
Bye. Okay, bye. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello. The meeting is over.
Recording stopped.
Tumemaliza, uko wapi? Oh, nifunge tu hizi vitu sasa. Amebeba zingine.